high quality instrument. Ready? Get it a bigger drink. How big a drink? Just chase it.
The fuel is ready to be there. each and every one of you for being here with us tonight. We hope to put on one heck of a show for you because we want you to come back again and again and again. You can find us under UPOC and Facebook, Instagram, and in front of you, you have the Person High School Junior ROTC out of Roxborough, North Carolina, presenting our colors of the night.
Good luck, I don't talk too much.
First things first, let us pray. Our Father, we thank you for providing everything you provide for us, for watching over us, for protecting us. We ask that you continue to guide us, direct us, and put your influence around each and every person on the ground tonight, every co-taker, every driver, every crew member, every official. And we ask that whatever we do, let it bring honor and glory to your name. And all God's people said, Amen.
The national anthem of the greatest country in the world, brought to you by Mr. Kendall Kinsley. You're going to see on the tractor here in just a little bit. Kendall, take it away, sir.
Amtrak passengers, may I have your attention, please? Amtrak train 79 is
North Carolina at the North Carolina State Fair. My name is Dan Mayer. I'm going to be your announcer here for session number 1 here at the great North Carolina State Fair here in Raleigh, North Carolina. What a great crowd on hand here tonight. Once again, we thank all you fans for joining us here on Full Pull Live as we've got an awesome show of competition here tonight. I think we've got right around 50 hooks to run here tonight. Should be an outstanding program. As we take a look around, looks like just about ready to go here with our first class of competition here tonight, which will be the 8,500-pound light pro stock tractors. Now, some of the classes we're going to see here tonight are actually running under the Region 4 point system, and then some of the classes we'll see here tonight run under the United Pullers of the Carolina organization. So just a couple different things that will be happening here this weekend here in Raleigh. as we're just about ready to go here with the light pro stock tractors to get the action underway here tonight at the North Carolina State Fair. So single track action here at the State Fair. They kind of changed the setup here in Raleigh a few years back and have gone to this particular setup. Where they used to years ago had a horse track around the facility, and they had a couple pulling tracks in the infield. They have gone to just one single track here. They've kind of got rid of the old horse track, and this is what we've got now here in front of the grandstand. But the great grandstand still stands over here, and it's going to be a great night of competition as we get ready to go here. 8,500-pound light pro stock tractors. Now, one thing about the sport of pulling, all the classes are determined by weight. The only motorsport where weight is an advantage, as we see James Van Hoy going to back in the Shade Tree Smoker tractor, going to be our test puller here in our light pro stock class. So 8,500 pounds will be the maximum weight of these tractors. As you take a look, good looking John Deere 4450 here. And James will be our test puller to get us underway here at the Region 4 NTPA event here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Now, as the test puller, he will be the only one in the class that will have the option to take or turn down this run. We give him that option simply because he hasn't seen anybody else go down the track. So John Deere here in our light pro stock class to get us rolling. What a great way to start the program. Wow, what a run right there. James Van Hoy, a guy that years ago used to run Super Farm tractors before moving on into this light pro stock class. Now, as we said, 8,500 pounds of maximum weight. Diesel, the only fuel allowed in this class. Now, underneath the hood, they'll have 540 cubic inches and must run the original agricultural type head in them. Allowed one single turbocharger, 5 inches on the inlet side, and will exhaust through a 4.5-inch outlet. And when it's all said and done, these tractors are cranking right around that 2,800 horsepower range nowadays. So light pro stock action, a very popular class up in the Midwest and down here in North Carolina as well. And when we say the Midwest, yes, we've got a tractor coming down from the state of Ohio. Mike Palmer's in this class here tonight out of the state of Ohio to run here with the competitors down here in North Carolina. So, well, of course, obviously we're going to have a restart here as James Van Hoy with the Shade Tree Smoker. Well, out the end here, 379.80 the distance, 379.80, and he shut that tractor down. So going to have to heavy that sled up just a little bit here tonight to stop these light pro stock tractors. Going back to our light pro stock tractors, they'll run a 24.5-inch wide rear tire. No intercoolers allowed in this class, and no overhead cams allowed as well for this class. So we'll run on that 20-inch hitch height, drawbar height for these tractors. Yeah, it's just about all the tractor classes run that 20 inches. So the Shade Tree Smoker out of Hamptonville, North Carolina, gets us underway here tonight as we see our sled operator down there. Now, this is the North Carolina sled we're going to be using here tonight in our bigger classes, and then with the mini class, we will run the Decision Maker mini sled out here tonight. So Logan Thomas will operate that sled a little bit later on as we get into our mini rod competition here a little bit later on. So restart here in the light pro stock class. Now the Region 4 circuit brought to you by Pro Pulling Tires, a sponsor for this class throughout 2024. And happy to have them once again on hand at the Region 4 events. And this is the final Region 4 event here on the NTPA circuit. As a matter of fact, the final NTPA event for 2024. So always a great way to end the season, as we see right there. We see that John Deere ether spraying down into the inlet here as we'll fire up our next tractor here in the class. Going to be Hunter Beasley out of Clayton, North Carolina. The Power Hound is going to be up next here. So we have restarted the class. So what that means is the Power Hound tractor will be our new test puller. And we see out on the track right now, looks like we've got the telehandler out there. So we're going to add about 2,000 pounds at least to that box here tonight, as you saw the crew member spraying that ether down into the inlet there on the Power Hound. Now they decompress those engines, make room for all that air and fuel going down into them. And that sometimes takes a couple cans of ether to get them up and going. So the International 1206, the Power Hound, Hunter Beasley, will be up next here, currently sitting number 4 in Region 4 competition. Now last year here at the North Carolina State Fair, this tractor swept the competition. And we see Dad walking away right there. There's Kendall Beasley. Son Hunter sitting down, nestled inside that 5-point safety harness. See the big roll cage around him as well. Some of these safety items on these pulling tractors that have kind of worked their way through the pulling circuit here throughout the years. Of course, roll cage became mandatory right around that 1990-2000 era. So Hunter Beasley with the Power Hound here on the restart for our 8,500-pound light pro stock class. Very popular class here in the state of North Carolina. So as we take a look at our lineup sheet here, Hunter Beasley with the Power Hound tractor. Our new test puller here, Ron Beasley, will follow in the Farmall Fever. And then Kendall Beasley, by the luck of the draw, the Beasley family, 1, 2, and 3 to get us rolling here. 8,500-pound light pro stock tractors. So it looks like we've got the change made here to our weight transfer machine, as we did see them add 1 block to the weight box here, and we'll see if they made a gear change as well. So we'll find that out trackside. Of course, we got Marvin Epperson on hand here, the director of the NTPA Technical Services, on hand here this weekend, overseeing all the action here. So it looks like the change has been made. We got the operator making his way back up in the crow's nest here, as we will restart the 8,500-pound light pro stock class. First of 4 sessions here at the Great North Carolina State Fair, as we bring Hunter Beasley out to the starting line. So we saw the first tractor of the night, James Van Hoy, with the Shade Tree Smoker. We will fit him down into the field. Chances are he'll probably come back last in the class, as that's usually the way it'll go, is we will cool that tractor down, give him a little bit of time to cool. Looks like we've got 7 in this class here tonight, so 7 tractors here in our light pro stock competition here tonight. So we'll bring out Hunter Beasley out on the track right now, and our new test puller here at 8,500-pound light pros. Now looks like we're going to spot that sled just a little bit left of center. Each and every competitor has that option where they put that sled. You can put it anywhere you want between those white lines. And it looks like the Beasleys have decided they're going to try way over on that left sideline here, as we get things back and rolling here at our 8,500-pound light pro competition. See Dad out front making sure he's lined up nice and square. Make sure you're lined up nice and square to the front of that sled. You get off a little bit left, a little bit right. And that sled will actually pull you in that direction. So you want to make sure that you are absolutely square when you get hooked to that sled. So we'll get him hooked up here. We'll get the slack out of the chain and ready to go to work here tonight for Mr. Hunter Beasley, as he looks to, well, add to his win total here in the North Carolina State Fair here in Raleigh, as we see Dad giving some last-minute instructions here, pointing down the track saying, hey, this is the lane, this is the groove you want to go down. So Hunter Beasley here on the restart at 8,500-pound light pro stock class out of Clayton, North Carolina, just outside southeast of the Raleigh area, not too far from home. First of 5 classes we're going to have here tonight in session number 1 here at the North Carolina State Fair. The Power Hound International 1206 and Hunter Beasley. Well, we heavy things up a little bit. They are still pulling it out the end here tonight. An excellent run right there for Hunter Beasley. And we may have to go back to the well here one more time. Pulled it right out the end. Of course, we're measured with a laser crew set up at the end of the track. We'll shoot the laser off the sled at the starting line. And at the finish line here, to give us our accurate distance, we'll measure up to a 1,000th of a foot if we have to. So the Power Hound, plenty of power to spare here as he pulls it out the back end. As we see the Farmall Fever, our next tractor up to go here, and that's going to be Ron Beasley. Now this will be Kendall's brother. And once again, looks like we're going to reset that sled. So Hunter Beasley will be coming on back here, and we're going to have to get some more weight into the box here tonight to stop these 8,500-pound light pros. They have figured this track out. As you see those big 24.5-inch wide rear tires. Really getting a hold of things here as we take a look at the replay here. Yeah, 360 feet for Hunter Beasley. And in the drivers' meeting this afternoon, they talked about they wanted to get the distances right around that 300 to 310. So we got to take about another 50 feet off here. The Power Hound tractor, so they are going to go to work and get that sled heavied up here a little bit to stop these Light Pro stock tractors here tonight. So early on, the Light Pros putting on a show here as we see the great crowd here filling up the North Carolina State Fairgrounds grandstand. For so many years, been a staple on the NTPA circuit. The fans coming out here and enjoying all the great action here. Spend the day at the fair, as this is the second full day for the fair.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have Mr. Dewey Jones on the horse. You know, you had a great run last weekend. You got the engine running good, had a little bit of an issue. What's your game plan here this weekend at the NC State Fair?
Have a good run down the track and to drive it off the track. I've been able to put together the driving off the track and going down the track, but not together. So this weekend I want to do both. So,
well, you got some tough competition out here in this class, and it can be anybody's ball game. But you run one of the more consistent setups. You make A to B passes, and you get through. Is there any kind of secret you got in your back pocket for this weekend?
Number one, over the last few years, I'm glad I drew the last few years. Sometimes that has helped. In the daytime is a little bit opposite, but at nighttime the track gets a little bit better. And right now the track's a little hard, so I'm kind of glad I'm not up front right now. So, and I get to watch, see what everybody else does. I've been out and probed the track. It was pretty consistent all the way across, but it's really not ideal for what we really like for this class. It'll be great for some other classes, but this one I'm not so sure about.
Well, you being the last hook, that's going to give you the opportunity to watch every one of those vehicles run. And you got some good people you can read off of, good, consistent, hard-running tractors. So you being the last hook, it's going to definitely give you that advantage. And hopefully this weekend it'll turn out better for you and everything works all in one piece.
We hope so. Like I said, we've had a right tough season. We've been at everyone. We missed last Saturday night's hook because of the clutch, but all of that fell into place. I went home and Sunday afternoon I added the part. We ordered the parts Monday morning. I had used parts I could have put in it and come right back. But the parts come in Tuesday, and Tuesday night we fired it up and it was ready to go.
All right. So, good luck to you, Mr. Dewey Jones, on the horse. Yeah. This is going to be one guy you might want to look out for tonight, being that last hook.
Into our weight transfer machine here tonight as we heavy things up here for the Light Pro stock tractor. So we had some pretty big distances here early on in this class, and definitely got to put the stop to that here tonight with these light pro stock tractors making some big horsepower here tonight. So we're kind of rearranging those 2,000-pound weights in the box here. This, once again, is the North Carolina, the United Pullers of the Carolina sled that we're using here tonight in our big classes as we see the back stretch here of our pulling track. You see the Ferris wheel and the rides. They got the Sky Ride going. Yes, there is our great lineup there of some of the competitors. As you see the rides off the back stretch there. There's the competitors. The mini class will be our next classic competition here tonight, here in our Region 4 big show here at the North Carolina State Fair. Now, these first two classes are going to be running under Region 4 points. And the rest of the classes we'll see throughout the night, which will be the two-wheel drives, the modifieds, as well as the light four-wheel drive trucks will all run under the United Pullers of the Carolina circuit, which is a NTPA state-level organization. The United Pullers of the Carolinas for so many years have been an NTPA state organization. Once again, my name is Dan Mayer here in Raleigh, North Carolina, as we have session number 1 underway here. As we get things underway, looks like we're adjusting the trip as well. And you can see they slide that trip back a little bit. Now, as that weight box makes its way up the rails, you see there's a little switch there, the mechanical switch. And when that box goes across that switch and trips that switch, we'll actually drop the back of the pan. And we have talked about that at different events here throughout the summer. When the back of that pan drops, that's when the pulling really begins, because underneath that pan are those grouser bars digging into the track, and that helps stop all this high horsepower. So we'll bring out looks like the Farmall Fever going to be up next year. Ron Beasley, Moncure, North Carolina. Once again, part of that Beasley pulling team here. Now, this is Kendall's brother, this International 1466. As we back in the Farmall Fever to go here tonight. Once again, he will be our new test puller here in our 8,500-pound light pro stock competition. Once again, going to be working off the left side of the track here. First two tractors we've seen go down the track. James Van Hoy with the Shade Tree Smoker, and then Hunter Beasley with the Power Hound. Both over there on the left side of the track. So Ron Beasley said, hey, that's the place to be. Let's try it out here one more time. So the Farmall Fever here on the restart here of our 8,500-pound light pros here in Raleigh. Now you're going to have to really work for it here tonight. Ron Beasley, the Farmall Fever, a great run down the left-hand side, but the weight was on him here. And our sled operator said, no more. We are going to make sure we're not going to have any 360 or 380-foot runs here tonight.
Folks, we just had a little bit of a sled change. Marvin, tell us what happened after those first two hooks.
Well, the track's a little harder than what we'd like it to be, and not quite enough moisture in it, and it's got a good bit of small gravel, which makes the sled slide easy. So we're having to put extra weight in it to get them stopped in the 310 feet here. So we're about 2 blocks heavier than we would be normally on a 350-foot track to get them woed up here within the 310. So I think we got a handle on it now. We're going to go with it.
Sounds great, folks. Back to you, Dan.
Epperson lets us know as far as the sled setting goes here in our 8,500-pound light pro stock class here tonight. And we'll wait officially here and see whether or not Ron Beasley was happy with that one, as we'll have Brother Kendall up next here. Kendall Beasley with the High Gear Harvester here in Raleigh, North Carolina, as Ron made a real hard run down that left-hand side of the track here. Talked about putting that more weight in the box here. We put another 2,000 pounds in. Looks like we sped it up. Move that trip back a little bit. So they're really putting it on him here tonight. Here in our 8,500 pound light pro stock class here. Session number 1 here in Raleigh, North Carolina at the North Carolina State Fair. As we see here on the replay, see cut right off the start line. The tractor really got hooked up. You see the wrinkle in those rear tires. 303.51. 303.51. And that was a good one. And he is going to take that run here. So Ron Beasley says, yes, I am going to take it. Had that weight set just about perfect there. So that front end come up and kind of sat there as he made his way down the track here. So brother Ron Beasley with the Farmall Fever, Moncure, North Carolina, as he gets ready to go here. Puts the gloves on, of course, all the safety gear that these competitors wear. Multi-layer fire suit. You see the fireproof boots, the gloves. They'll also run the Snell-approved helmet, as well as neck brace as well. Of course, any of the safety gear you'd find in any major motorsport. So Kendall Beasley rolls around the corner here with the high gear harvester. Currently the points leader here in NTPA Region 4 competition. International 1466. Just like his brother Ron's tractor. It looks like going to back right into those same tracks over there just left of center. Parked up against that left-hand chalk line here. Now, Kendall, one win on the region circuit this past summer over in Lumberton, North Carolina. Big Region 4 event over there. So he's got a tough mark to beat here. We're early on in our light pro stock class. As Ron Beasley here, our leader in the class. So after a couple test runs here, the officials got the sled set where they want to be here. As Kendall Beasley reaches around, turns on that GoPro camera so he can watch his run. Right over his shoulder there. The 2018 National Farm Machinery Show champion right here. Kendall Beasley, the high gear harvester. And we are going to have a new leader. We are going to have a new leader as he drifted out to the middle part of the track here. Started off on the left-hand side. You can see that red clay we're working with here in Raleigh on those rear tires. As we take a look here at Kendall sitting in the seat, checking the gauges over. So we are going to move that lead marker down there. That lead distance marker signifies the number 1 in the class here. So Kendall Beasley, the high gear harvester, our new leader. And we'll see what the distance, 3:19 and 87. 3:19 and 87 for Kendall Beasley. He is going to add to it here. As we see here, working the replay, look at that weight set, just about perfect on that tractor. As we see right about to that 320 foot mark there. So 303.51 for Ron Beasley sitting in that number 2 spot here. Now remember, Ron went down that left side, had to hit the brake a little bit there as he made his run. See some of the other competitors. Check it out, that track. We see a veteran down here, Alan Brown down there, 2-wheel drive competitor for so many years. See Craig Sage down there, Mr. Fishbaum. So a lot of eyes watching that pulling track here. So once again, we are 2 tractors into our light pro stock class, 8,500 pounds here. As we roll on here, as we've got an invader here in our light pro stock class, not normally running with Region 4, but runs with Region 2 a whole bunch, and that's Mr. Mike Palmer here with the Red Avenger coming down out of Greenville, Ohio. And we've got a special guest joining us here, Mr. Holt Strickland. Holt, good to have you here.
Yes, sir. Good to be here.
As Holt joins us here during our light pro stock class, we'll have the mini rods coming up next. And we talked earlier on the countdown show that unfortunately you're not going to be able to be in the mini class here tonight.
No,
as
sir.
You had some damage last week, but we'll take your expert advice here as we'll watch the class unfold here tonight. Should be a great one. I think we've got an even dozen of the mini rod tractors here tonight.
They're all good ones.
Absolutely, this International 986 here as Mike Palmer gets ready to go to work here tonight. He came down here to North Carolina for one thing, and that was to beat those Beasley tractors. So
yes,
let's see what's going to happen here tonight. The Red Avenger here. Mike Palmer, a many-time NTPA Region 2 champion. Let's see if he can figure out this tricky red clay down here in Raleigh. 319 and 87, the mark he's got to beat. 319 and 87 is the mark. I don't know, Holt. This is going to be close.
Be a close one there.
Yeah, this is the Red Avenger right at that lead marker down there. Now, Holt, you drove a light pro stock tractor a few years back. Tell us about that run we saw there with Mike Palmer. Looked like he had the weight just about set perfect.
That was a good run there. I wouldn't change too much about it.
Yeah, we'll take a look here on the replay here. Once again, setting the sled over there on the left side.
Yes,
you seem to be working that left side of the track here. Had to go better than 319 and 87 to take over that #1 spot here. We'll see on the replay. And yeah, we got a new leader. 324.87 for Mike Palmer. Well, mission accomplished so far.
Yes, he still got some tough ones back there.
Yeah, absolutely. This contingent here of North Carolina light pros are definitely tough to beat here, as you can see on Mike's run. I thought there with a little bit of the bobbing going on down the track, it might have hurt him a little bit, but he definitely had the ground speed, the wheel speed going.
Yes.
And was really locked into the track here tonight. So an excellent run for Mike Palmer at 324.87 as he will take over the #1 spot here. Now, this track here in Raleigh, Holt, is it a situation where it just seems to get better here as they work it in here throughout the weekend?
It does. It seems to get better. The more and more moisture gets in it, and when the sun goes down good, that track will get a haze over it. It'll start pulling, the moisture will come up in it good.
Start working its way up. Now we've got, of course, the sun working its way down in the west there, and the moisture will work its way up here and work differently here with this clay down here in Raleigh. As we see, we've got our next puller, and it's a lady. This is Lauren Davis. Lexington, North Carolina, the Smoking Up a Storm, and she's been doing this a long time.
She has. She started pulling Super Farm. Her and my sister actually pulled Super Farms together.
Oh, really? Okay. Back years ago, and
yes,
Lauren continues on here in a lot of the Super Farm competitors kind of moved up.
Yes, sir, either to
the light pro class,
the light pro or the 4-1 class.
As we see the onboard computer there. As Lauren Davis gets ready to go to work here tonight. Our lone lady here tonight in our light pro stock class. So we do have some more ladies here sprinkled throughout the night, the mini class and some of our other classes here tonight. So Smoking Up a Storm is Lauren Davis. And this is a tough running tractor right here. Currently sits #2 in Region 4 points. International 1466. They were Region 4 champs a couple years back in 2022. Dad Perry, right?
Yes.
Dad Perry also does driving on this tractor as well. So 324.87, our mark to beat here, light pro stock class. Hook #4 out of the 7 here tonight. has done it here.
Yeah.
A great job here, smoking up a storm out of Lexington, North Carolina. Now, she got way over to the right-hand side. We saw her over on the left and kind of just let that tractor drift. And like you said, I think that track just seems to be getting better and better. Now, Holt, let's talk about that United Pullers of the Carolina sled. Is it a lot different than the sleds you normally pull on?
It is. It's right much different. We've used to pulling them sleds Grand National wise, and it's different to come home and pull this sled right here versus the ones we pulled all summer.
Well, I thought she had done it, but looks like going to come up a little bit short here. 324.19, number 2 spot, 324.19. And we've got one more hook for those folks watching us on Facebook and YouTube, as we are going to watch one more hook here. And we will turn the stream off here tonight. Once again, you can join Full Pull Live for $39.99. We've got all kinds of great pulling action coming up here in the next few weeks as we round out the season. But, of course, we've got, the rest of the weekend here in Raleigh, as we'll have a total of 4 sessions of pulling coming at you. So one more vehicle to watch, and we'll send things down to Bert here with Mike Palmer.
Mike, one heck of a run, buddy. I'm telling you, right now you're in the lead by less than a foot. What do you think? You think it's going to hold up with the iron back there?
No, I don't think it's going to hold up. I made a nice run, but my differential came open, and I was really pulling mostly off of one wheel the whole way. If you notice my spin out mark, one side was down in and the other side was just on top. So if positive traction would have went a long way.
All right, well, good luck. You still got a few tractors left.
All right, so Mike Palmer, Holt, I always like to hear, some of the older pullers tell about the different things they watch. There's so many things they are watching as these vehicles go down the track that you would normally not think of, but all the little things, and they make such a big difference here. As we've got the Haas tractor here, Mr. Dewey Jones out of Timberlake, North Carolina. And Dewey sitting in the number 5 spot in the Region 4 competition, International 966. And he's really got this tractor rolling here the last couple of events.
Yeah, so that tractor usually runs pretty good.
Yeah, had some problems early on in the season here. It's kind of got him sorted out.
I think he had some clutch problems last weekend at Benson. They said his clutch locked up. Welded itself together.
And they've been thrashing on it, getting it ready here for the North Carolina State Fair. Once again, 324.87, the mark to beat here. Mike Palmer with the Red Avenger out of the state of Ohio leads the way. Well, he got off to that right side a little bit, had to hit the brake, kind of brought him back to the middle part of the track, and not good news, Holt, when you got to hit that brake like that.
No, sir, it's not. Looks like he got over there in some of that dry dirt. Nobody's ran on that side.
Well, we've got the official measurement here between first and second from our official NTPA statistician, John Dunlap. And he says the difference between first and second right now is 8 1/4 inches. So it doesn't get any tighter than that.
No.
Miss Lauren Davis sitting in that number 2 spot at 324.19. But there we go, 302.97 for the Haas tractor. Dewey Jones, 302.97. And that will put him in the number 5 spot here in our class of light pros with 2 more tractors left to go. We'll have James Van Hoy and then Hunter Beasley coming on back here. 2 tractors that ran early on before we reset that sled. As you can see, Red Avenger and Smoking Up a Storm, 8 1/4 inches to separate first and second here tonight. The High Gear Harvester sits number 3 at 319.87. And then we've got the Farmall Fever and the Haas filling out our top 5 here with still 2 more tractors to go. We've still got that green one sitting back there.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Van Hoy, he definitely knows how to get the job done. Another one of our guys that years ago used to run Super Farms and moving up. Of course, your dad started out in the Super Farm class. A lot of people don't remember that, but back then, the get a load of that team.
Yes, sir.
And had some success in that before moving on up into the Super Stock Open class. So the Super Farm class, a great class to kind of more or less get your feet wet in sport.
Yes, sir. It is a good class. Competitive class.
Yes, very, very tight. We've seen that from time to time, and just about all the events that the Super Farms run it. Now, they're going to be running tomorrow. Each class that runs here this weekend will have 2 sessions. So we'll see the Super Farms coming out tomorrow afternoon for their first of 2 sessions here. As we see some of the mini competitors. We've got them, well, Pennsylvania. We see Wisconsin all over. There's New York behind them. So all points
Vermont.
In between. What's that?
Vermont.
Vermont, yeah. We got Vermont. Hills are sitting back there as well. Ohio. And, of course, North Carolina.
Yes.
Got a couple tractors there from North Carolina as well. So a lot of variety here in our mini classes. We've got the Shade Tree Smoker on the start line. James Van Hoy out of Hamptonville, North Carolina. Now he's going to move that sled back towards the middle part of the track here. Good-looking John Deere 4450. Doesn't have the Shade Tree Smoker painted on the side of it there anymore. He had that for so many years. So let's see if the Lone Deer can take down the Internationals here tonight in our Light Pro Stock class. Session 1 hook for this class. 324 and 87. You want to take the win back to North Carolina. All right, well, they're waving him on over there, but we saw him hard on that right brake. That tractor kind of darted off there to the left-hand side of the track. Now, we saw early in the class, we saw Ron Beasley over there on the left-hand side. And James Van Hoy started the middle part of the track, and then that front end came up, and he drifted off to the left side. And we talked about that in the countdown show.
Yes.
Here is this track. That is kind of the MO with this track.
Yes, sir. It pulls you left more than it does right, but it's going to pull you one way or the other most of the time.
So James Van Hoy, 2 hard runs here tonight in our Light Pro Stock competition here. We'll get the distance in here as the sun makes its way down here at the North Carolina State Fair here in Raleigh. As we take a look here at the replay here, James Van Hoy, 316 and 74 the distance, 316 and 74. So that will take over the number 4 spot here. And right in about there we saw the tap on the brake. Doesn't take a whole lot to kill that momentum out there, does it, Holt?
No, sir.
The pullers will tell you it costs you at least 10 feet in your distance. You touch that brake, and sometimes you got to really get that, get on that brake to stab that tractor and bring it back around, because sometimes it just doesn't react.
Yes. Especially later on down the run, when they get hooked in real hard, you got to hit the brake on them. They may or may not come back around sometimes.
Yeah, definitely be tough out there in competition as we see. Well, there's our final tractor. So the stage is set here, Holt. Hunter Beasley, 2 wins here at the North Carolina State Fair last year, swept the competition. He's our final hook in the class. 324.87 is what he's got to beat. What do you think? Can the Power Hound get it done here tonight? Definitely got all the tools, that's for sure.
They've got everything to do it with.
It'll kind of be interesting to see where we are going to put that sled here as we see our lineup. Once again, Mike Palmer with the Red Avenger, 324.87 leads the way here. Not by a whole lot. Once again, the mini rod tractors will be up next. 2,050-pound mini rods. As the International 1206, the Power Hound gets backed in here. There we see the GoPro camera. I think just about everybody's got the GoPro now. Everybody does their own videos, watches. Some of the guys actually put the GoPros on the gauges because you don't have time to look at the gauges. And there we see Dad one more time, giving some, making sure, hey, go down this spot right here. So there we see he'll turn on that GoPro, and well, Dad give him the instructions. So this is what you got to do. Let's see if Hunter can follow here tonight. Once again, number 4 in Region 4 points here on the NTPA circuit. So this is it, our final hook of the 8,500-pound light pro stock tractors here tonight. Our 2024 Enderley winner as well, coming out of Region 4. Oh, definitely got a hold of it here, and the crowd approves here tonight.
Yes,
the North Carolina tractor. Hunter Beasley, the Power Hound. We're not going to call it just yet. We're going to wait officially on that measurement, but it looks good here. It looks like he followed Dad's instructions to a T out there.
Yes.
Had to go better than 324.87 to take the win here tonight. And this will be really interesting to watch here on the replay. Watch the line that he runs. Just about the middle part of the track here, and there it is, 328.31, our winner here tonight. 328 and 31. And look at that weight set, just about perfect there. Touches there just a little bit. But at that point, had the momentum going, and that's the name of the game. A great hole shot here. 328.31 as he went sailing. Right about in that spot right there was the lead marker. And he goes just about 4 feet further here. 328.31 to take the big win here. So he set it up here once again for the sweep. So Hunter Beasley, our winner here tonight, the Power Hound, 328.31. Mike Palmer will finish up the number 2 spot with the Red Avenger. Number 3, Smoking Up a Storm, a great run for Lauren Davis. Number 4 will be the High Gear Harvester. And then the Lone John Deere, the Shade Tree Smoker of James Van Hoy, will fill out the top 5 here tonight. So great class of light pro stocks to get us rolling here tonight. And they'll be back tomorrow night.
Yes.
Saturday night, session number 3. We will see the light pro stock tractors coming on back as we see some of our mini rod competitors getting a little bit heat in those engines as they get ready to go here tonight. And see, one of our Canadian competitors.
Yes.
We didn't mention the province of Quebec, as it looks like we've got Bert down there trackside. He's just getting our winner here tonight in our light pro stock class, Mr. Hunter Beasley. He gets his hat on, and he'll get ready to go here tonight. And we'll send things right down to Bert. Take it away, Bert. Okay, so they tell us we're going to run a mini first here. We won't be able to hear Bert down there, so we're going to run this mini tractor first. Oh, there we go. He finally got it shut down there, so Bert will be down.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have your winner here in the light pro class, the Power Hound, going 4 feet past the competition. How was your run here tonight?
It was good. Unfortunately, the sled was too light on my first run. I had to come back, but I ended up picking up the win.
Well, there's no complaint with that at all. So what do you got plans for tomorrow?
Do the same thing.
Just win it all. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner right here, Hunter Beasley on the Power Hound.
All right, great job for Hunter Beasley. Once again, Dan Mayer joined by Holt Strickland, second-generation puller. And Holt, I know you'd like to be out here this weekend, but unfortunately your Just Ass tractor back in the shop there and had some motor damage last weekend at an event. Not able to be here this weekend, but we'll take your expert analysis here
I
as
ain't
we'll
much of
watch.
an expert.
Well, you know, you got a year under your belt now, and tell us about your Grand National summer.
Well, we started off learning, and we learned the whole way through, and it started out okay. Going into Toma, we had some head trouble in Toma, and we came home and put a new motor in it before we went to, let's see, where would have been after Toma?
Let's see, after Toma was probably up at Hutch. You guys went up to...
that was before
Hutch
Toma.
was before. And then afterward, you guys would have went into Chapel Hill, yeah.
And it went good through Chapel Hill, and it went good all to Bowling Green. Whenever we got to Bowling Green, we lost a fuel pump the first night. And we came back, Standing Dam luckily had a fuel pump. We switched the fuel pumps around. And then the second night, it left, and it was on a good pass, and the head gaskets or something blew out of it. I can't remember. And it sprayed me with oil, and then it busted the transmission at the other end.
Yeah, that was a bad night. I had kind of, I had mentioned, to the crowd that, how your summer had kind of progressed, and you'd worked, you basically clawed your way into the top 10.
Yes.
With some great runs, and then unfortunately that weekend things kind of went off the rails there for you. Bad luck, and unfortunately, but. For the most part, though, I would have to say a pretty successful
I feel
summer
like it was
for
a
you.
very good summer.
And once again, the big thing, running on tracks you've never run on before, a lot of that knowledge.
Yes.
You put that notebook together, so when you go back, back out on the circuit next year, you've got that knowledge. So.
And we've ran right many of them tracks throughout the years, pulling supers and stuff like that, but it's completely different with a mini
That's
rod
what I was
over
going
a
to say.
super.
Your notebook is all super stock open stuff and super farm, and here you got a mini rod. You can't use any of that stuff. So, all right, so here we go. The tractor out of Canada, the Whitville, Quebec. This is John Van Horn off the rails. 2,050-pound mini rod competition. 3,000 horsepower, 2,000 pounds. Look out, it gets wild. And he blasts it right out the end.
Yes,
now,
sir.
we changed the sleds here. We've got Logan Thomas's decision maker out there. Logan operating that mini decision maker sled. Now here, normally, we talked to Jeff Hurd earlier, they said normally they run the United Puller of the Carolina sled out here, and this year they made a change, brought in the Decision Maker mini sled, and just like that, blew it right out the end.
Yes, sir, that was a good pass there.
So we do have updated Region 4 points here, going back to the light pro stock tractor, so that high gear harvester tractor and Smoking Up the Storm tractor are now tied for the #1 spot in points going into tomorrow night's finale. So that's going to be interesting here. So those are right off the, the Power Hound will move into that #3 spot here. But right now the High Gear Harvester tractor, and that is Kendall Beasley and, of course, Miss Lauren Davis, are tied for that #1 spot going into tomorrow's program. So that's going to be exciting to watch. So we'll have to watch that here. And, of course, the Power Hound now with the big win here. Hunter Beasley will catapult from that #4 spot into that #3 spot here. So we are going to have a reset on the sled here. What do you think these two are talking about down there? You see Jeff Hurt, Cody Singletary. He gives him a fist pump. Kind of giving him a little bit of advice. Jeff,
maybe so.
Jeff, the kind of guy that just kind of goes around, talks with everybody.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jeff is a social butterfly.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Well, we see Kevin Campbell coming down. Everybody kind of giving a little bit of words of advice here. Now, we have had a reset, so that means the Carolina Night Train tractor, Cody Singletary, right there, will be our new test puller here. So going to start things over. We've got everybody down there giving advice, don't we?
I tell you.
Everybody kind of looking around here. Great run for John Van Horn out of DeWitteville, Quebec, Canada, with his run here tonight with the off-the-rails tractor. And, here's a guy that, for so many years, he ran two-wheel drives and then decided to get into the mini class. And, a little bit different of a change. I mean, it's not as drastic as coming off a super stock open to a mini rod, but
least he already had to mess with the blower motors.
There you go.
We ain't never had to mess with no blower motors. Always ever has turbos.
Well, you can't say that. You guys had the drag cars there, right?
You race cars, yes, sir.
You ran the drag cars. Now, you don't. Are the drag cars gone, or do you still have them around?
They got rid of the drag cars over the winter. I'm not sure where they went, but we decided we'd just stick with the pulling. We've been doing that for a long time. So
go with the pulling. And Dad was really getting the setup there with working the drag cars there, the Pro Mods, and of course a lot of great things going on there at Galat Motorsports Park.
Yes.
Home of a big NTPA Grand National pull that kicks off the summer for all the pullers. It's always nice for you guys. You only go about, what, half hour, 45 minutes up the road?
About an hour from the house.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But then after that.
Versus 15 hours up the road, right?
Yes, sir. We get done with there, then we're going to have to drive 24 to go.
So restart here in our 2,050-pound mini rod tractor class. These tractors limited to 575 cubic inches.
1471 superchargers.
And when it's all said and done, what, about 3,000 horsepower is what
somewhere
everybody
in the ballpark.
right about there?
Yes, sir.
Now, the big thing with these minis are the tires.
Yes, sir.
Now, you run in a mini all summer long. How much work does it take to go? Now, a lot of the pullers said pretty much after every run you got to touch the tires up.
We mess with the tires after every run. Most of the time, whenever we're pulling supers, unless we had something major go on, we kind of, after lunch, we'd go through everything, just make sure everything's all right. You might as well go ahead and set your alarm clock when you have traffic about 6:30. Go outside, go to work on that thing.
Yeah, these mini tires, there's been a couple competitors that, have run a couple times in a night and will actually change tires.
Yes.
After a run, put on a different set of tires, go back over the scales, and come back to the sled. And it's just so critical. You got to make sure you got that edge on those tires.
Yes.
And if you don't, you're going to end up a little bit back in the pack.
Yes, sir.
So right now, still discussion time on the start line here as we figure out exactly what we're going to do here with that weight transfer machine here for the mini tractors. All right, they tell us they're having some issues with the laser down there, so they're working on that right now, and I hear another mini firing up, so it looks like we're just about ready to go here. So once again, can add static weight to the box on the sled, or it can actually speed up that box and make it hit the top of that rails a little bit quicker.
Yes.
So just a couple different things here they can do as we take a look down from the top end. As the meeting's over. Logan's heading back into his air-conditioned cabin, and there's our guy right there, Jeff Hurt, right in the middle of it.
Yes.
So if he approves with what's going on down there, but either way, Jeff knows what's going on. That's
yes,
for sure.
sir. He's been around it a long time.
So we're going to restart the class here as we'll bring out Cody Singletary with the first of his two entries here tonight. Another one of the guys that ran as a rookie on the Grand National Circuit this past summer. And he did a great job.
He did.
Put one of his tractors in the top 10.
Yes. Cody lives about 45 minutes from us, and that's whose mini I got to drive first. The first time I ever drove a mini was one of his.
One of his. Yeah, you were crewing for him there for a while, weren't
yes.
you? You would go and help him out from time to time. I know I seen you up at an event up in New York there a couple years back, and crew chief for Cody.
Yes.
Tar Heel, North Carolina.
I wouldn't say I was crew chief.
Well,
I was there.
Giving him the hot setup, right?
That's right.
So the first of two entries here. It's got an excavating business back there in Tar Heel, North Carolina. Once again, our new test puller here in mini rod competition, the mini modified tractors. I think we got it set just about perfect out there. What do you think?
That's a good one there. All
right, so decision time now for Cody Singletary, whether or not he'll be happy with that one. I'm going to say he's probably going to take that.
Yes, sir. I believe I'd take that one there. That was a really good run.
Now tell us, as a test puller, what are the things you look for? I mean, you look for if you got to touch a brake.
Yeah, you look for that. You look, see how your tractor's set up. Make sure it's the run that you think that you can bestly get out of your tractor, and kind of look at the track. Do you think the track's going to get better, or do you think it's going to stay about the same? Or there's a lot that comes in play whenever you're test hook.
And you've got just, about 10 seconds to think all that through and then make your decision, because you have to tell, the finish line flagman before you leave that sled,
sir.
Hey, I'm going to take it or I'm going to turn it down. So a lot going through your mind right there. And as you're making your way down your track, are you thinking about that kind of thing, or do you have time to?
When I first started, it felt like everything was going fast. Now I finally got to the point where I could kind of take my time and I could kind of watch everything that's going on around and decide this is the best I feel I can do, or
kind of slow things down and analyze everything. So 303.16 the distance here, 303.16, and we are good. So sled setting is set, and Mr. Cody Singletary is going to take that run. He says, come on and get me if you can. So 303.16 will get us started here in our mini modified competition here tonight. As we see the man out of Bristol, Vermont, Kevin Hill, with the loose screw tractor. Now, he's also got the Plum Crazy tractor we've seen from time to time out there, but this weekend here only brought the 2 tractors. He brought the John Van Horn tractor out of Quebec down. So coming down from Bristol, Vermont, the loose screw. And Kevin Hill will be followed by Chris Burnett with the Little Disaster out of Wisconsin, and then Lindsey Campbell with the short fuse tractor out of Washington, Pennsylvania. As we see, well, there's the best view right there for the tractor pull.
Yes,
Get
sir.
up on that thing there and kind of goes right over the pulling track. And make sure you bring your earplugs when you're
That's
up
right.
there. So the great North Carolina State Fair. And I think somebody had told me about 1 million people come through the gates at this state fair here in Raleigh, and just a big, every year just gets bigger and better out there. And of course the fans coming out in groves here to enjoy all of course the rides, the food, and this great pulling action we're seeing.
Yes.
So still got the sled down at the end of the track. We still got our meeting going on. So, yeah, you saw down at the end of the track there we had our meeting going on, our sled operator, and we see our competition director down there. They're discussing things here. I thought things looked pretty good, 303.16. And we'll see what they decided. Of course, great crowd here at the North Carolina State Fair Grandstand. Always come out for a great show. Once again, Dan Mayer joined with Holt Strickland.
Yes, sir.
A puller that would like to be in our mini class here tonight,
sir.
but as we mentioned earlier, had some unfortunate damage last week. But you are going to be running a tractor this week. Tell us about it. All right, well, we were going to have, we got Bert down there with an interview with our next puller coming up here.
So what we just saw on that past run, the distance was 303.16, I believe. But what we're looking at, the markers are measured out, and he looks to be somewhere around 320 to 330 by that distance. So what they're doing is discussing on trying to figure out the accuracy of the GPS system. So they're checking that right now, and hopefully we should be able to be back underway here in just 1 second. I think what they're going to do is measure the sled going backwards and make sure that it's reading correctly. We did swap sleds, so we swapped GPS units, so that could have made a difference. Back to you.
I was looking at it, it said 303. I said, well, he's past the full pull bar. This ain't no way.
Yeah. All right, so once again back here, and as we just heard, they're checking the accuracy down there to make sure. And Holt, you kind of noticed that Said,
Yes, sir.
it looked a little bit further there than 3:03.16, and they're checking that out right now. So now let's go back, Holt. Let's talk about what you're going to be riding here this weekend, what you're going to be driving here in the North Carolina State Fair.
Daddy's going to turn me loose on his tractor again, and I'm a little bit nervous about it.
Are you?
Yes, sir.
So you get to pilot the Glot 2 entry,
yes,
the Super Stock Open tractor this weekend. Now, for the regional circuit, how does that work out with the Super Stock Open tractors?
I've heard they're going to make us run an 18-inch draw bar. We still got the big overhead cam motors, but
so that's how they're just going to lower the draw bar on you and kind of make everybody equal that way?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Daddy's going to be driving the light tractor.
Okay.
So he'll be fine.
So he should be good to go with the light tractor. A new entry this year out on the Grand National Circuit. Saw your dad drove it a couple times, and looks like we're going to send things back down to Bert here.
So, folks, one thing you see here a little bit different. I have red clay. You see how red the dirt is. So it has a high silt content. It's got a little pebble in it, but that's what we see down here in the South. So it's a little different than the gray clay tracks you see up in Ohio and out in the Midwest, but this creates a different type of traction, and you see tonight with some of the distances that we have had here this evening in the 330s and 340s, it can definitely handle that horsepower. Back to you.
So, we see Bert playing in the dirt, right?
Yes.
No matter where we go, Bert playing in the dirt. As we've got our next of the minis coming up here. Should be Kevin Hill out of Bristol, Vermont with the loose screw tractor. So just waiting for the call to go out there. And, that's something you see, running out on the Grand National Circuit. You come run down in Benson, North Carolina, first hook of the year. Then you go up, Farley, Iowa, or Hutchinson, Minnesota.
Hutchinson was
and then,
next.
and then the dirt's different up there.
Sir.
And, then Natoma. I mean, just one of those things where you more or less, is it time in the seat? You set that notebook and, okay, well, now, I've run on this track once here. Now I kind of know what to expect kind of deal.
Yes, sir. But I will say every track is different every night. You never going to have the same track no matter where you go.
So, if you run 2 sessions in Toma, both nights will be completely.
Yes, sir.
So things will change.
I even think that you could pull and turn right back around and pull right behind yourself again. The track still ain't going to be the same.
Still be different. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so looks like we've solved the problem here. Down track side, once again, 2,050-pound mini rods, 13-inch drawbar onto these tractors. As we mentioned, about 3,000 horsepower here. As we see John Van Horn making his way back to the start line. All right, so we're going to fire up the backup laser here, is what they tell us. That's a good call.
Yes, sir.
Go to the backup laser here. That'd be a tough one. You go out there and lay down a good run and then have an issue like that. Turn around and takes your win away from you. So going to get the backup laser fired up here. As we've got our next tractor making its way out on the track here, and that will be Kevin Hill and a loose screw tractor out of Bristol, Vermont. Kevin is sitting at number 3 in Region 4 competition, but that was with his Plum Crazy ride. He ran that at the regional event over there in Lumberton, North Carolina.
Yes.
There we go, Jeff Hurd again. Jeff in on the conversation. No matter
that
where you are,
around everywhere.
Isn't it something? We should have a where's Jeff Hurd segment. And we see some more competitors checking things out. There's expending your inheritance team from New York. That group follows a lot with the Region 4 circuit.
Didn't they go to Europe?
Yeah, they pulled at the event over there in Europe this past summer with Hans Boxler Jr. went over with the Super Stock tractor, and then the Kale family took over the mini rod there and ran against the mini class. Of course, speaking of Europe, you guys had a tractor over to Europe as well. Went on a vacation and kind of sent it over there, right?
Yes.
As that was your Glot number 1 tractor.
That is the tractor I drove all last summer.
And a little sad to see it go up the road?
I was.
Or across the pond, I should say.
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to get on the airplane to go see that one if I ever want to see it again.
Yeah, there you go. And speaking of which, there's Jeff Hurd again.
Yes.
Yeah, we're just going to count how many times Jeff making his way down through the pits here. All right, so right now they tell us they're using the second laser here, and they are just going to lasers Cody's distance here one more time just to make sure what we've got for a distance. So a little bit of a slowdown here. We see Bird out on the track. Wonder if he's looking at that dirt again, huh?
He probably is.
He's checking that dirt out. But once again, great crowd here at the North Carolina State Fair, session number 1 here in Raleigh. Again, this is Full Pull Live. I'm Dan Mayer, joined by Holt Strickland. Going to be running the Super Stock class here this weekend for Region 4 points. Of course, 2 big sessions tomorrow here in Raleigh. We've got a 12 o'clock and a 6 o'clock show. And then we will conclude the action Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. And then next weekend we go down to Texas. I
won't be making.
You're not. I was going to ask you. No, you're not. You're not going to make the run down to Texas.
No, sir. I believe I'll stay right here.
Stay. Watch that one on TV.
Duck season comes in next weekend.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yes. Can't miss that.
Can't miss duck season. Well, I know Grayson Shelton with his deer hunting.
Yes,
he's been out on the hunts there the last couple weeks or so, and so duck hunting starts next week. So once again, we're just using the backup laser there. Get our distance here for Cody Singletary, our test puller here in our 2,050-pound mini rod class here tonight. So we should have the 2-wheel drives coming up next, the 6,200-pound 2-wheel drives. We'll have the modified tractors, and then we will conclude with the light 4-wheel drive class, a class that you only see down here in North Carolina. Don't run the light 4-wheel drives anywhere, 500 cubic inches at 4,000 pounds.
Yes, sir. It's a neat class.
It's a neat class, yeah. The Jeeps, that's one thing I remember about seeing this class was I think it was it Odell Church with the Jeep? He had the Carolina Rebel, I think it was Odell Church that had the Jeep, and I see there's a couple, 3 Jeeps here this weekend.
Yes, sir.
Guy used to run with the fireman hat on. Yeah, a little bit different there. That different class, but we've seen some different classes last weekend up there in Tennessee, and here this weekend. Seems like every organization's got a class or two that are a little bit different that you don't see anywhere else.
Now there's Cody out there playing with the dirt.
Yeah, see Cody's he's looking to cover up a little bit of that oil he put down there at the end of his run, but so still waiting on that laser measurement down here. So we got a dozen of the minis here tonight in our Session 1 competition here in Raleigh.
This is for you. Pull Live is the revolutionary streaming service that changes the game. We're bringing you every NTPA Grand National Pull Live and then high definition.
I know before the show started tonight, a lot of the competitors had a idea about the track. Well, we'll send it down to Bert right now. We'll talk about that afterward.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what we had happen just a moment ago, we had a problem with the GPS system. And what is going on? You're going to have to move with me, guys. So what's going on? He's backing up now. So they originally shot that distance where Cody finished. Now they're going to go back to the starting line and shoot it again to get the accurate distance. Something's going on with the GPS system here. I'm not sure if it has to do with the just all the signal that is here at the NC State Fair. But so they're going to shoot the rest of this class, the mini rod class, with the laser, going back old school. But that's the most accurate. Back to you guys.
All right, so Bert giving us the update down there, and we're going to reverse shoot the measurement here for Cody Singletary, our first hook in our 2,050-pound mini rod class here tonight. As Kevin Hill, now he's sitting down there. He's been waiting. He's fired that tractor up. He shut that tractor off. And what's that do with your psyche? Well, you're down there on the start line. Does it play with you a little bit, or you just kind of shake it off? And
if you had to sit there a while, then you get to really thinking, is everything right? Because if you go ahead and get in the seat and go ahead and go out there on the track, you don't have time to think about it. You got when you set to sit there and think, man, did I put fuel in it?
All the little things, right?
Is the tires right? Yeah.
All the little things start going through your mind here. So it looks like we're just about ready to go here with the mini rod class, the mini modifieds here on the NTPA side. As we've got a dozen of the zingers here tonight. A friend of mine likes to call them, you take a rubber ball and you put them in a glass jar and shake them up. That's a mini rod. That's
yes. For all of your construction equipment and Triangle Forest Products, buyers of tracts of timber, logging, and their own landfill, Triangle Forest
So just waiting here on the Kevin Hill tractor here out of Bristol, Vermont, for Kevin to get the call to fire that tractor up and bring it to the start line here. So second of our 5 classes on hand here tonight here at the North Carolina State Fair. And we'll see here if we can get a distance here for Cody Singletary. Before we had the issues was 3:03.16, but we know that definitely was not right. So 3:03.16, and a problem with the GPS system. So I'd imagine we're just probably use that backup laser system here for the rest of the night here to avoid any other issues we might have. All right, so they tell us they've remeasured them, and they came up with 3:03 again. So could be a situation, maybe the sled was sitting a little bit further at the start line than, or maybe our track markers or something ain't lining up down there. But
maybe they need to calibrate the tape measure that measures the choke lines out.
We may have to go back to the old tape measure days here. I hope not.
I hope not either.
I thought them days were long gone, but
here we are.
Here we are, right? Now, back then, with the tape measure, if you didn't like the guy so much, you didn't pull it as tight. But if you really liked the guy, you really, pulled it nice and tight there. Yes. So that. Of course, the laser measuring system developed down at the National Farm Machinery Show down in Louisville back in the late 70s. Came out with a surveyor's laser and said, hey, why can't we use this in tractor pulling? And it has really changed the sport. I mean, It's made things a lot quicker, and you don't have to have 5-6 people down on the track measuring, staking out the side of the track. And as we see some of our super modified 2-wheel drive sitting down there, I'm surprised Jeff Hurd isn't down checking out the 2-wheelers,
I wouldn't.
He's got to be around there.
Oh, yeah. Wherever the camera's pointing, you're going to see Jeff eventually.
There you go. There you go. He's over by the sled. There he is. So Jeff's over there talking to Roy from the Spending Their Inheritance team. So once again, just a little bit of a slowdown here. We're moving things along pretty good, and then
it quit.
Yeah, we had this momentum just come to a halt here. So they're just going through what the laser shot here at the finish line as well as at the starting line here.
So we got a piece of paper where we're writing down how many times we see Jeff in one night?
Boy, I think we've already filled up a piece of paper, haven't we?
Yeah.
And he hasn't even pulled yet.
No.
All right. So 302.43 will be the mark here for Cody Singletary. Carolina Night Train, they double-checked, triple-checked it. So that is officially the mark to beat here in our mini modified class here tonight. As Kevin Hill will bring out the loose screw tractor out of Bristol, Vermont here tonight. Kevin running these mini rod tractors for a few years now. Kind of got that forward design we saw made so popular by the Slaw family. Moving those roll cages ahead kind of helps with the weight transfer on these tractors. Some of the bigger guys that don't have a lot of movable weight to play with.
I don't think I could do like the Slaw family. I don't think I could put my feet beside that motor.
On the side, yeah, that makes it pretty tough there. And then, all right, here we go. 302.43. And not good at all. There is just past the 250-foot mark. That big Hemi started eating itself, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
We'll see that on the replay here. As it looks like we've got quite a bit of oil coming out the bottom here.
I know that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, you've had a little bit of issues with that, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And never a good sign when a puller gets off a tractor and they start peering around, looking here, looking there. You see John Van Horn down there after he just made his run. He'll be coming back a little bit later on with his tractor, but yeah, I think it definitely hurt itself out there. Kevin Hill with the loose screw tractor here out of Vermont. Yeah, he's pointing and looking at different things there.
Yes.
There's going to be a little bit of work on this tractor before we see it go down the track here once again. As we'll get Kevin pulled off the track here, we'll see on his replay. And it looked like, we saw with Cody Singletary, he wasted no time getting after it. Now, in this mini class, is it one of those, depending on the track, whether you get right after it or kind of drive into it?
Yes, sir, depending on the track. And I've always found it to be better to go ahead and get the pan up and go ahead and get it moving. But everybody has a different style of driving.
Absolutely. 236.58. 236.58. Saw that death smoke start to appear there at just past that 200-foot mark here. So Kevin Hill with the loose screw, 236.58 here in our mini modified competition here, Raleigh, North Carolina. Session number 1 here in a great field of tractors here, as we'll have Chris Burnett up next here out of Taylor, Wisconsin with the Little Disaster tractor. Going to be followed by Lindsey Campbell with the short fuse entry, and then Mary Kale out of Strikersville, New York with the Spending Their Inheritance. Our next 3 coming up here in mini modified competition. As we see the Little Disaster.
What here you're Region 2?
Region 3 competitor,
Region 3?
Yep, up there in Wisconsin. Chris Burnett. Of course, Brian and Jeff Guzza, part of that team as well. And you're probably back home watching tonight.
Yes.
We've got a couple of the Wisconsin tractors coming down to play in the dirt here. As we'll have Brandon Lofgren with the Gravy Train tractor. That's a great name for a tractor, the Gravy Train. Got to get the story behind that one, but Chris Burnett up here next. Tough running Wisconsin tractor here. The Little Disaster, 302.43. The mark to beat here in our mini modified competition. And a wild ride right there, Holt. kind of one of those situations where kind of got off the, we'll see here on the replay here, but a wild ride here for Chris Burnett, and looks to be A-OK as he gets off the tractor there, as our officials will check on him.
That's never what you want to see.
No, absolutely. And things kind of went from bad to worse there pretty quick. And
yes,
that's one thing with these minis. It just happens so fast.
Yes, sir, it does.
You know, and situation where, you know, as a driver, do you think you're going to be able to correct it, and then just goes, you know, bad, you know.
Yes.
He may have bent up that front end just a little bit. We see a flat right front there, and I think we got some positive camber over on that left front there.
Yes, sir.
That's not what you want to see.
Wisconsin to North Carolina probably took a couple hours, you think?
Yeah, whole shot looked really good out there for the Little Disaster tractor. We'll see here back on our replay just exactly where things started to go south here for the team. So they're right there, whole shot, had that sled moving pretty good. We saw that front end come up like it. And then right there we kind of saw
302.43, Cody Singletary still leading the way.
just kind of one-wheeled on him.
It did.
We got a whole bunch more of them back there, though.
And it don't even seem like he got on the bars hard. It just kind of got up and it won't happy.
Yeah, we see it right there, lifted real nice. And then kind of, went to that left side a little bit.
I don't know if he
Not
got
sure
on
if
the
he
brake.
corrected. Yeah, maybe corrected with the brake and upset the tractor like that. But we will find out here in just a second. We'll send it down to Bert.
Christian, a long way from home out of Wisconsin. You had a good run starting off, got a little rough at the end.
Yeah, as soon as that front end picked up, I knew that it wasn't going to be good. We got these tires on. We had the hitch down, but she still hooked in good, and yeah, we took a wild ride.
You think you'll be back for tomorrow?
Well, as long as it's just the tires, we should be back tomorrow.
All right. Tough break for you. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you.
Burnett, said new set of tires, and weren't happy there in the North Carolina clay here tonight. So the Little Disaster, definitely not the run he was looking for, but he said he'll be back. Be back tomorrow. Says as long as no damage with the chassis out there, just a front tire right now. So Cody Singletary leads the way here with the Carolina Night Train #1. And that has been more or less his #2 tractor this year. He's had a little bit more success with the Carolina Night Train #2 out on the circuit. And the Night Train #1. But here tonight, looking really good here so far early in our mini class, the mini modified tractors.
There's Jeff.
Yes, there you go. Here he comes. He's got to check everything out here. Just see exactly what happened here. So we'll get the telehandler out there to take the Little Disaster off the track here tonight. So not the ride you want to take off the track here.
No, sir.
These guys and girls have been known to show up with blown motors, 22 people.
As the telehandler will come out and hook a chain around that front. There's our Hardy fans. We see the sweatshirts starting to come out a little bit here, getting a little bit chilly.
Sun's going down, it's starting to get cool outside.
I know this morning at about 9 o'clock I flew into Raleigh and it was 39 degrees.
Yes, sir. There was a light frost on the ground. I woke up this morning about 6 o'clock.
Now I come to North Carolina for the nice warm weather.
Yeah.
You know, not can kind of be hit or miss this time of year, right?
Every year for some reason at the fair weekend, it's always a little bit on the cooler side, but next week it'll be warm. Don't worry. You come back next week, get your warm weather in. It's supposed to be in the 80s.
I know years ago we used to go down to Rockingham, North Carolina for the NASCAR races, and got a family member family that lives just north of Raleigh there in Wake Forest, and we drive down to Rockingham, and it always seemed like, the Saturday race or the Sunday race, we'd have one or the other would be beautiful, and the other one you'd freeze. So it was, you couldn't get 2 days of perfect weather, but you would get down in the sand hills, right? Rockingham down in the sand hills and all the pines, southern pines, and down there, and really miss going down the old rock. But yeah, it was always, you just never knew what to expect with the weather down there. And we see Lindsey Campbell as she's sitting down there ready to go. Here in our mini class, of course, Lindsey and husband Kevin running these mini tractors. And there's another guy that went from Super Stock Open to mini tractors, Jeff Hurt. So yeah, there's been quite a few of them here now. I start to think about it a little bit. So right now, Cody Singletary leads the way with the Carolina Night Train at 3:02:43. We got Kevin Hill in the number 2 spot at 2:36.58. And no doubt we will see at least those second and third place distances change here as we get a few more tractors down the track. So tough break there for Chris Burnett with the Little Disaster. I don't know, Holt. I think we're going to have to try that sky ride there and try to announce from up there.
We'll try it tomorrow night.
We'll try it. I'm make sure we dress warm, though.
Yeah.
All right, so Lindsey Campbell up next here. Washington, Pennsylvania. Just south of the Pittsburgh area. Southwest Pennsylvania. Lindsey. Now, Lindsey finished up number 11 on the Grand National Circuit with this tractor. Now, the mid part of the summer, they had some ignition issues with this tractor. I know down in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, more or less, they replaced the whole ignition system, said, we don't know what it is, we're going to change everything, and still had some issues with it.
Yes.
And then finally got things sorted out, and the tractor came back to life. Lindsey's second full season on the Grand National Circuit. Let's see what she's got for us here tonight. Calls the tractor Short Fuse out of Pennsylvania. Oh, she was doing some driving. She was doing some driving. And the ladies are cheering here in Raleigh tonight for her. Kind of looked like a sprint car coming down through there. We saw the dirt flying, and she was sideways. And an excellent run here for Lindsey Campbell. The big question, did she go past that 3:02.43 to take over that number 1 spot here? So there we see Mary Kale, our next puller up here by the luck of the draw. That's how the pulling order is determined. And yeah, it's a good one. 3:15.17. So new leader, Lindsey Campbell, goes into that number 1 spot here.
She had to get on the brake just a little bit whenever that left side, but that was still a good run there.
Yeah, I think at that point she had the momentum going on her side, and I think it was right about this spot, right about here. It started going off to that left side, and you see the wheels turn, and that's where she brought it back around. And what a great job of driving. That just takes a phenomenal effort there. So 3:15.17, new leader here by quite a bit.
Yes.
For Lindsey Campbell. That's kind of been the MO of their tractors. They have, gone pretty straight here.
Yes.
So Lindsay takes over the number 1 spot here, and we're not done with the ladies. Mary Kale, a Region 4 champion, and currently leads Region 4 currently. Out of Strikersville, New York, spending their inheritance. Now, Strikersville, New York, about 45 minutes or so southeast of the Buffalo area. They're in western New York. Interesting story behind this tractor. When they bought the tractor and brought it to the first event of the season down in Memphis, Tennessee, it was a PPL event, and husband Mike was supposed to do the driving of the tractor until they took it over the scales, and then they're like, well, wait a minute, this ain't going to work. So right then and there, Mary was they were going to kind of switch off doing the driving, and then Mary became the full-time driver right there that weekend, that first event. So she has done just a great job here with this, spending their inheritance tractor. And as you said, went over to Europe this past summer. The Monopool out there, and one of the biggest events of the European circuit.
That is a big deal over there.
You watch some of them. Yeah, you watch some on YouTube, and some of those events are just unbelievable. The crowds that they get out there, and they have a good time.
They do.
They really have a good time out there.
They're real nice people too, most of them.
Yeah, we've seen from time to time, quite a few of them come over, at Bowling Green. I've met a few of them. We had, this past summer, we had a group from Germany come over, Australia. It's pretty neat to see. They come over here and see what's going on. And I see Mary back it in here, making sure she's lined up nice and square. So 3:15.17. Now Mary had a big win over in Lumberton, North Carolina.
She did.
A Region 4 event. And leads the way here. She also has an Enderley win back in 2023. One of the biggest wins of her career. So let's see if the tractor out of New York can get it done here tonight. It's looking good. Nice straight run there for Mary.
Straight.
I don't think she had to touch a brake at all out there. Yeah, she's waiting intently down there to hear get the thumbs up or thumbs down. 3:15.17. Is the high water mark right now in our mini modified class. So we'll wait and see here what the distance comes up here for Mary. Okay, so they tell us the signs trackside are off quite a bit. So I guess we can't go off the signs here this afternoon. So we got a flashlight going on here.
Yes, sir.
We're going to make a change with the fuel system, maybe?
I believe that's what they're doing.
Changing the pill, possibly? 302.24 for Mary Kale. 302.24. Yeah, we'll see here on the replay. Straight as an arrow for Mary. Boy, I don't know. Looked like she was out there quite a ways.
That's what I was thinking.
So 3:15.17 for Lindsay Campbell. 3:02.43 for Cody Singletary with the Carolina Night Train. And then we'll put Mary Kale number 3 with spending their inheritance. As we see the disaster team down there making some last-minute changes. Surprised we didn't see Jeff Hurt down there helping out, So this is going to be Brandon Lofgren out of Taylor, Wisconsin, the Gravy Train tractor. Part of that disaster pulling team. Then we've got Jeff Hurt with his first tractor, the Little Bear, and then Kevin Campbell, the Wild Card, a winner here at the State Fair 1 year ago.
Wasn't that his first time ever driving one?
I believe so. No, they had last year. I thought
they got it.
Yeah, it was
later
pretty.
Part of the season.
Yeah,
It's pretty close
later
to his
part.
first
Yep,
time.
I think you're right. Because I know he picked up his first Grand National win this past summer in Wellington there, but yeah, I think that was his first mini win here at the State Fair. Gotta love the name of this tractor, the Gravy Train. Gonna have to get the story behind that one. And you see the data logger. About 2,200 RPM right now.
Yes, sir. It's about as big as the TV in my house, though.
Yeah. You got one of those on your tractor?
No, sir.
No?
I got the little race pack.
There you go. Well, Christmas present.
I don't need that thing up there. I'll be up there trying to watch TV.
You'll be watching it as you go down the track. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Uh-oh, they're calling them over. They're pointing something on top there, the ejector hat. Just knock the idle down a little bit.
Yes, get it where you get it in gear.
First panel, first one of the night. And he'll get the fuel shut off there and get that tractor shut down. Boy, he just went full throttle with it.
Yes.
And just like that, we saw the burst panel. Of course, save that supercharger from, years ago, used to lift the superchargers. And now they put that.
That makes a mess.
Yeah. Not been a good night for the tractors out of Wisconsin here.
No, sir, David.
Both tractors had some issues here tonight.
Maybe they'll get them fixed for tomorrow night.
Yeah, I don't think, burst panel, not too bad to fix.
Well, there's a reason that burst panel blew.
Did it detonate? Yeah, that's the...
Yes, sir. There's a reason that burst panel blew, so maybe they'll take it back, tear it down, and look over everything real good. Maybe it'll be nothing too major.
Yeah, once again, we see everybody kind of peeking around, looking at things. And crew member Chris Burnett over there looking things over. Well, he's still got a smile on his face. So.
Yeah. That's something I've learned with this sport. You can't get, if something don't go right, you can't get upset with it because we're all out here doing it for fun. So
236 and 43. 236 and 43 for Brandon Lofgren here tonight with the Gravy Train tractor. And it was right about this point right here. He went full throttle. And it did not take long before that burst panel decided, said that's enough pressure.
Whew. A nice flash.
Yeah. Oh, and right about there, you saw in the headers there.
Yes, sir.
You saw a misfire. Great camera work right there to catch all the excitement right there. So 236.43, and Lindsey Campbell still leads the way here in mini modified competition here. And we have made our way to Jeff Hurt's first tractor. So Jeff, he's been down there. He's been watching them all go.
We've seen them at least 30 times.
At least, yes.
Now we actually get to see them in action.
Now we get to see them in action, right? So we'll see if Bert can get a word trackside with Brandon Lofgren to see what the word. We've seen him down there talking with him. And
Brandon, not the run you were looking for, but I got a question. Where did you come up with the name Gravy Train?
So me and the other guy that are together on this mini rod, we're both dump truck drivers, and if you're on an easy job, they call it gravy work, so we're on the Gravy Train.
Well, do you think you'll be able to get it back together for tomorrow night?
Likely not. I think we got a burst panel in the trailer, but we hurt something else, I'm sure. So
tough break for you. I hate that you come all the way here to the NC State Fair for that. Back to you guys.
All right, so Brandon Lofgren with the gravy train. Hopefully he'll be back as we've got Jeff Hurt. First of his 2 tractors, the Little Bear out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Right on the banks of Lake Erie, just west of the Cedar Point area up there, Sandusky, Ohio. Jeff's going to be a busy man this weekend. He's got 3 vehicles to run here, and let's see if he can get it done here this weekend. Had a win here last year on Sunday afternoon with his other tractor. That bear was hunting tonight.
Yes, it was.
The Little Bear, Jeff Hurt out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Going to be knocking on the door here. Taking over that number 1 spot. Lindsey Campbell leads the way here at 3:15.17.
I tell you, he's one that has done real good in a mini rod.
And that suits his style, Mr. Excitement.
It does.
You know, behind the wheel of a mini rod. And, you know, we kind of joke about that. You know, and Jeff, you know, one of the quickest guy to jump off a tractor. And
I believe he can be off of it, stand beside with the side shields off of a super stop before it ever comes to a stop.
Yeah, before it's even stopped, right. I mean, how many times over the years seen that?
I've seen it a lot.
And even a mini rod, you got to unbuckle, get out of the roll cage, and, you know, before you know it, he's standing looking at it with everybody else.
Yeah, helmet off his arms on his side.
So Jeff Hurt, Mr. Excitement. And we'll see what the distance comes up here for Jeff. Once again, had to go better than 3:15.17. As we see Mr. SCS Gearbox down there, Craig Sage helping out. Everybody kind of helps everybody out.
Yes, sir.
Pulled down here in Raleigh. Not all the crew members can make it. 300.45, a little bit short here for Jeff. 300.45 the distance. And looks like that will be good enough right now for the number 4 spot here in our tough class of mini modifieds here tonight. Session number 1 here in Raleigh. So as you can see, Lindsey Campbell short fused way out front here. But now it's hubby's turn.
Yes.
Kevin Campbell, the wild card out of Washington, Pennsylvania. Kevin, a guy that ran super stock open tractors for a bunch of years.
Yes.
Controlled Chaos, that international with the 903 Cummins.
Yes, sir.
This past summer finished up number 9 on the Grand National circuit. And, of course, that first Grand National win,
yes.
Wellington, Ohio, just outside of Cleveland. Of course, Chaos Fabrication down there in Washington, Pennsylvania. We've seen just a whole bunch of really radical vehicles come out of Chaos here the last few years. And
they have some talented people that work in that place.
Oh, man, I'll tell you. The craftsmanship you see and the hours spent.
And everything runs good.
Oh, absolutely. So now Kevin rolls out on the track. And interesting situation here. You got to go out and beat his wife.
Yeah.
Now.
You better be careful.
Yeah, you better be careful how you say that, right?
Yeah.
Now looks like he's going to move that sled over just a little bit right of center. We've seen most of the minis kind of work that middle part of the track, but they will start to tear it up. You know, that start line area gets pretty tore up here with these 18.4, 16.1 giant puller tires. So Kevin Campbell, a win and a second place here in Raleigh 1 year ago. So 3:15. .17, the mark to beat here. The wild card, Washington, Pennsylvania. As we start to wind things down over here in our mini modify class. Well, that was a beautiful pass right there, right down the center. Just like Mary Kale's run, really.
Just kind of barely picked the front end up, kind of bobbed it through there. That was a good pass.
So the Campbells, two beautiful runs here with both of their tractors here tonight. I think this is going to be awful close here. We'll wait here on the laser.
He might be in the doghouse tonight.
What? Yeah, I was going to say, you know, got to be careful with that, you know. So as we take a look here at our lineup, Jeff Hurt will be up next here with the B-Bear tractor, then Cody Singletary, his second tractor, the Carolina Night Train number 2, and then we've got Alan Hudson with the Chasing a Dream tractor, also out of North Carolina. And then we'll go back to the top here with John Van Horn with the Off the Rails, the tractor out of Canada. So just 4 to go here. 3:08.16. So he's not in the doghouse.
No, he's good.
But he's number 2 right now, and not bad when you bring 2 tractors. 3:08.16 here for Kevin Campbell, as he'll put the wild card in that number 2 spot. Well, it kind of looked like he had a whole lot of momentum going for him.
He did.
All right, so we'll get our leaderboard up here. Lindsey Campbell leads the way, 3:15.17. Up until that point, we had, well, our 3rd and 4th place tractors, Cody Singletary and Mary Kale, separated by 2 1/4 inches. It's almost like super farm numbers, ain't it?
Yeah.
They get so close like that, but now Kevin Campbell will come in and he'll separate that a little bit as he'll place that wild card tractor in the number 2 spot here. So 4 left to go as Jeff Hurt will bring out the B-Bear tractor, once again out of Port Clinton, Ohio.
You're saying super farm. I remember I've been to Bowling Green. And the super farm, it seems like there's 15 right there within a foot of each other.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I say with the super farm class, it just, you know, when you get tight, close classes, it always comes down to them super farms. And they'll stack them up like cordwood, that's for sure. They will definitely put on a show here as we take a look at some of the fans enjoying the action here tonight. Class number 2 out of our 5 here tonight. Session number 1 here in Raleigh. Dan Mayer joined by Holt Strickland, 2nd generation puller. And actually, we're going to set things down to Bert. Bert's got a report for us.
I've got Lindsey Campbell here. You know, right now you're in the lead at 3:15 and some change, but I heard a little animosity back there in the back from your husband.
Yeah, a little bit. He's not used to this.
So do you think that 3:15 run's going to hold up? There's still a lot of tough competition back there in the back.
I can only hope so, but there's a lot of great people behind me.
Well, good luck.
All right, so here we go. Jeff Hurt with the B-Bear, Port Clinton, Ohio, his 2nd entry. Now, this was the tractor that won the PPL championship this past summer.
And his other one won it last year.
Yeah, so, you know, back-to-back here for Jeff. Did win the Unlimited Superstock Championship this year. He was close.
He won it last year, though, didn't he?
Yep, he won both of them. First one to do both of those.
That's our
two
old
championships.
chassis. That's the one we had the Pro Charger on. Like we were
This,
talking about
this one
earlier.
right here. This is the old Galot Mini. All right, so Jeff Hurt, the B-Bear, kind of took the long way to get there tonight. Got off to the right side just a little bit here, brought it back around, and see Jeff kind of shaking his head down there. He's not happy with that run. Yeah, we can see right there on the look on Jeff's face. So we'll see here what the distance comes up for Jeff here in our mini modified competition. So Cody Singletary up next here with the Carolina Night Train number 2, and then Alan Hudson. We'll have Chasing a Dream out of Stokes, North Carolina. So a couple of Carolina pullers here. And we'll see here what the distance comes up here for the B-Bear tractor. Well, the Campbells putting on a clinic here tonight.
They are.
3:15.17 leads the way with Lindsey Campbell. Short fused entry. Kevin Campbell, wild card sits number 2 at 3:08.16 here. Well, things are kind of following through here, following last year. Kevin picked up a win on Friday night last year, and the wife's looking in a good position right now to keep it in the family pulling team. As just waiting for the distance here for Jeff Hurt with the B-Bear tractor.
He's already thinking what he's going to have to do for tomorrow night to figure out what he's got to do to win.
Well, in the meantime, got to run the super stock tractor. So they've got the Running Bear with the 903 Cummins in it. Got to be running in your class tomorrow. As we see the super modified two-wheel drive sitting down there. Nice field of the two-wheelers here as we get the distance for Jeff Hurt at 297.22. 297.22 for the B-Bear tractor, number 6, just outside the top 5 here. As he spins it in, as we've got Cody Singletary making his way back to the start line here with the Carolina Night Train, number 2. Cody had a big win in Lumberton, North Carolina. Just a few weeks back, and 8th in the Grand National Circuit this past summer. We talked about that.
And 2 wins at Benson last weekend.
Yes, that's right. That was with the full pool group. So Cody Singletary, Tar Heel, North Carolina, a couple hours from Raleigh.
It's probably a couple hours.
And another good run here. And we're going to start stacking them up here once again. Cody Singletary with the Carolina Night Train, number 2. And we'll see that on the replay here. Started off pretty much the furthest over to the right side we've seen anybody go, and then let it drift towards the middle part of the track. As we see those rear tires, going to need a little bit of sharpening before tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I've been noticing now about every one of them. To see little chunks took it out of them and stuff like that. Yeah, they're going to have some work.
Now, normally to get a set of tires ready for competition, we look at a couple hours on the grinder.
Depends on how bad they
are.
Bad? If they're not messed up bad, we kind of just run over them just to make sure they don't get worse. 30 minutes to an hour, sometimes maybe all day.
There you go. So it could be anywhere from a half hour up to 12 hours of grinding away. we've seen some tracks where, we've seen, flap of tires come off, and just depends on, well, there you go. Take a look at that. The big winner there with the Bear.
Yeah. Might go win me one of them, ride around with him more.
Yeah, there you go. Be like the old Three Bears, remember? The four-wheel drive truck? Used to run around with the Bear in the cab.
Yeah. Strap it to the roll cage at the Super Stop.
There you go. Yeah, right on the outside. As there we see our track crew doing a great job here tonight, keeping this track nice and consistent for all these competitors. Got that wobble wheel roller working out there at the end of the track there. So 3:08 in 40. Not by much. We'll take over that number 2 spot here. So 3:08.40 for Cody Singletary. So we'll put Kevin Campbell into that number 3 spot. So he'll split the Campbells here. With just 2 tractors left to go here. And Holt, you're going to have to tell me about Mr. Hudson. Alan Hudson here out of Stokes, North Carolina, chasing a dream. Competitor we don't normally get to see out on the national tour, but runs here.
I don't know much about it.
Okay. He currently sits number 2 in Region 4 points.
I think they just got this chassis this year, and he's done good with it from what I've seen.
Yeah, you can almost tell, looks like a brand new ride there.
Yes, sir.
Those silver fenders. So Supermod 2 wheels will be up next year. We got just 2 more left to run. Full pull live. Live here from the North Carolina State Fair in Raleigh as we get Alan Hudson. Well, got off to the left side. Really had to touch that brake. A shame there because he had a nice run going for him.
He did. Front end was up.
Stokes, North Carolina. Any idea? No.
So I believe that's up for me.
Okay.
I think it's up there closer to Rocky Mount.
The northern part.
Yes.
North Carolina. You're down there in Clinton?
Yes, sir.
Clinton, North Carolina.
We're about an hour and a half from here, and about an hour away from Wilmington is where we are.
Oh, okay.
We can be in South Carolina at Myrtle Beach in an hour and 45 minutes.
Oh, not too bad. How about the Outer Banks?
We can be in the Outer Banks in about 3.5, 4 hours.
Oh, okay. So that's quite a bit.
Yes, sir.
Quite a bit. All right, so Alan Hudson with the Chasing a Dream tractor. As we see John Van Horn back in the seat here.
Hey, I like that Mini.
This one here?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a sharp ride.
It is.
His 2-wheeler was a real nice ride as well. And
the orange helps.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like that day glow orange, just like Chase Carey.
Yes.
Chase Carey's got his 2-wheelers with that.
Yes.
I think that's a special orange that he uses there. 283.12. 283.12 for the Chasing a Dream entry, Alan Hudson. And that will put him in the number 8 spot here. So 1 to go for Lindsay. As she looks to pick up that big win here in Raleigh.
Yes, sir.
315.17. Looking good right now, but kind of stacking them up behind her. Cody Singletary, number 2, and then Kevin Campbell, number 3. As off the rails ride here, John Van Horn out of DeWittville, Quebec, Canada.
He had a good run a while ago.
Yeah, he was out to 360 or so?
360 or so.
That first time around before we reset the sled here in our mini competition. So Kevin Hill out there, we're going to take the starter, hook it up to the supercharger, we'll spin that engine over.
He's only like 3.5 hours from home.
And then some.
Yeah. Wonder how far it is up there.
Well, let's see. When I was up in New York, I was about 6 hours. When we raced up in Quebec, it was about 7 hours. And then there was about another, Raleigh was about 11 and a half from home. So it was quite a ways. So looks like Bert's down trackside.
Alan Hudson, you've been working on that tractor all year long. That chasing a dream, I think, is coming to reality. What do you think about your run tonight?
I'm very happy with my run. Everything seemed together. Everything seemed good. I had to hit the brake. Wished I didn't have to, but sometimes you got to do what you don't want to.
Well, there's always tomorrow night. You can make some adjustments, but beautiful run here tonight at the NC State Fair.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, so John Van Horn brings out the off-the-rails tractor here. Mini rod, new effort here for John. As Holt just mentioned, a great run here on the test pull. Out 360 feet or so. Looks like going to move that sled over here, right of center, kind of where...
About where he was to begin with, I believe. Bonnie somewhere in that area.
Yeah, we saw Cody. He was over on that right of center spot out there. That worked out good for him. He's sitting number 2. Carolina Night Train number 2. See the Boyd Performance sticker there. Quite a few of the engines for the mini class. You know, Cody Singletary,
Mary Kale
out there, Washington, Indiana. All right, here we go. Final tractor in the class.
He wound up on the right side.
Isn't that something? How we've had a couple competitors straight as an arrow.
Yep.
A couple of them get caught to that right side. It's almost like that one spot out there will send you off to the right side there.
Kind of reminds me of the farm show.
Yeah, Spree, yep. We got the hook in that track. Bowling Green, the right track. Always has that left hook.
The farm show, you either going to go to the left or you're going to go to the right. You don't see very many straight down the center.
Straight down the center, yeah. I know, it's amazing how you can bring a track in and have it, where
it does the
it
same
has
thing
the same
every
characteristics,
year.
Each and every year. So that will conclude our mini class here tonight. So, 12 hours and 55 minutes to get here to Raleigh from DeWittville, Quebec, Canada here tonight. So once again, thanks to John Dunlap. As that will be Lindsey Campbell.
Yeah.
Will pick up her first ever national win here tonight in competition here, Region 4 competition with the short fused entry. We'll get our official numbers here for John Van Horn. And of course our finishers here in the class here tonight. Boy, the ladies love it here tonight. You can hear them cheering. 285.46 for John Van Horn, 285.46.
You see it got loose over there. There ain't been nothing that far over on this side, I don't believe, the whole night.
Yeah, I think it kind of took them by surprise there a little bit.
Yep.
As there we see 3:15.17 for Lindsey Campbell. Cody Singletary will finish up in the number 2 spot. Carolina Night Train number 2 will have the wild card number 3. Number 4 will be Cody Singletary again. Mary Kale will finish up in the number 5 spot. And then Jeff Hurt, a little bit uncharacteristic there, will finish 6th and 7th. We'll put John Van Horn in the number 8 spot, the Chase of the Dream tractor, and Alan Hudson. And then filling out our top 10 here tonight was Kevin Hill with the loose screw tractor. So, Holt, great competition here tonight.
Yes, sir. This was
once again, thanks for joining us, giving us
yes,
a little
sir.
professional play-by-play here tonight. And,
well, I'm not a professional, but
well, you run these mini tractors, so you've got a year of Grand National pulling under your belt.
Yes,
in that class. And, of course, we thank you for come and join us here at Full Pull Live, and good
Yes,
luck
sir.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
As you've got the Super Stock class. If you come on out tomorrow and visit with us again for the mini class. If you don't have anything going, but good luck to you tomorrow afternoon as you'll run in the Super Stock class here. Look for Holt to run in the Galat 2. You still call it Galat 2?
Yes, sir, Galat 2.
Wasn't sure if you guys changed it back, but always had the name Galat 2 on there. So, well, good luck to you and Dad tomorrow as you guys run in the Super Stock classes. We'll get things ready to go here for our super modified two-wheel drives, which will be coming up next year on Full Pull Live.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So once again, fans, as we make the change here, we get ready to go with our super modified two-wheel drives. Next weekend, going to be down in Lufkin, Texas, Friday and Saturday night for some outlaw pulling. Next weekend, we got some point championships that are going to be solved and figured out next weekend. The modified tractors, the two-wheel drives, pro stocks, going to be running for their championship next weekend down there in Lufkin, Texas, just north of Houston. Following weekend, we'll be at Diesels and Dark Corners down there in Georgia for the big diesel extravaganza event down there, and we will finish out the season on Full Pull Live with the big California Shootout event out there in Madera, California. As the California pullers get ready to show their stuff on Full Pull Live. Once again, $39.99 will get you all those events. And got some great things coming up here for the off season as well, as we've got some great vintage NTPA pulling that is going to be available on Full Pull Live as well. So make sure you do look out for that. And of course, you can watch all the previous events this past summer on Full Pull Live as well. So some great things happening here as we get ready to go. Super modified two-wheel drive pulling here in Raleigh. As we take a look at our list here of competitors, we've got looks like we've got 3 competitors coming out of the state of New York, as we've got the New York competitors coming down to pull here, and looks like we've got Bert down there trackside.
Folks, I have Brandon Lee here with a Wild and Blue Super Modified two-wheel drive. Now, you're down here checking the ground. What are you checking for when you're testing this track?
I'm checking for a density that I like. You have hard spots and soft spots. I don't want it to be too soft, meaning the pro rod goes in the ground too deep, and I don't want it to be too hard because that'll affect how my tire bites to the ground. So me personally, I kind of look for a middle ground, not too soft, not too hard, try to find the best density that I like for my combination.
Well, you've got some tough competition here at the NC State Fair. You got any game plans for tonight?
Well, I'm fortunate enough with one of our 2 trucks, I get to run a little later, so I will get to watch some. I'm going to go with the first truck we go down the track with tonight. My brother's driving the Simple Man. We're going to try just go off of history and give it our best shot and then make adjustments later for my truck.
Well, good luck tonight, Brandon. We'll see you hopefully in the winner's circle.
We're going to sure try, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, so Brandon Lee with his Wild and Blue entry. He'll be out a little bit later on here in their super modified two-wheel drive. And thanks to John Dunlap, we've got the updated Region 4 mini standings as Mary Kale leads the way, spending their inheritance tractor. She's got a 5-point lead now over the Chasing a Dream tractor and Region 4 competition. So they will close out their circuit tomorrow night in session number 3, and we will crown a champion in our mini modified class. As we see, they're just finishing up the adjustments here on the weight transfer machine for our super modified two-wheel drives up next here. Once again, we're here in Raleigh, North Carolina, the North Carolina State Fair, session number 1 here. As our field looks like we've got 10 of the super modified two-wheel drives to put on a show here tonight. Steve Wilson with the Running Bear Chevy SSR going to be our test puller here. It'll be followed by Justin Lee with the Simple Man truck. And then we'll have Willie LaRue out of Ballston Spa, New York, with a Royal Pain 2 truck. Those will be our first three up here in Super Modified two-wheel drive competition. Now, these vehicles will not be running for NTPA Region 4 points here tonight. This particular class, as well as the modifieds and the lightweight four-wheel drives, will be running for state points here with the United Pullers of the Carolinas. And it looks like Bert's got our winner down there, trackside.
Lindsay, one heck of a run on that short fuse, but evidently you got a really long fuse to get that distance you got tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
What's been your biggest thing? Is that a new motor? I heard some rumors in the background that was a new engine.
Those rumors are correct. Yes, it's a fresh motor.
Well, that gave you an advantage tonight. Kevin, what are you going to do for tomorrow night?
Well, I hope I do a little bit better.
Well, good luck to you tomorrow night, Kevin, but I think you're going to have a tough one to beat. Congratulations, Lindsay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
All right, Kevin, you better be careful what you say there as we take a look here at Steve Wilson, longtime runner, second-generation puller out of Prince Frederick, Maryland, as he gets ready to fire up that good-looking Chevy SSR, the Runnin' Bear. 2006 Chevy SSR. So he will be our test puller. The Wilson family will have 3 entries in competition here in our super modified two-wheel drive class. So basically the same engines we just saw in the mini ride class, alcohol injected engines. Of course, the big blower sitting up on top. See the Runnin' Bear name on the side of this truck. Used to be owned by the Davis family out of Tappahannock, Virginia, before Steve Wilson purchased this truck. Has had a lot of success with it, out running on the regional circuit. Seen from time to time some of the Grand National events as well. So super modified two-wheel drive, 6,200 pounds, the maximum weight of these trucks. Those big 18.4, 16.1 giant puller tires on the back. And they'll run that 30-inch hitch on these trucks, the highest of any of the pulling vehicles, 30 inches. So slack out of the chain. Here we go, the Runnin' Bear, Steve Wilson. See what that SSR's got for us here tonight. All right, the track here in Raleigh brought the Runnin' Bear to its knees here. Steve got that front end up a little bit high. Had to do some driving. Now we'll have to wait and see whether or not he's going to take or turn down that run. As our official down at the end of the track, he'll ask him right there, you going to take that run? We'll see if we can get the thumbs up or thumbs down there from Steve. After he made his run, and he's going to turn that run down. So Steve Wilson says, hey, I'm going to come back a little bit later on here in this class. So he is going to drop to last in the class here. So that is his option as our test puller. And we'll see here on the replay. Looked like we did have a little bit of raw fuel out there out of the pipes on the right side. As we see the Runnin' Bear, he goes 291 and 90, 291 and 90. But did turn that run down, so he will be coming on back. So 291.90. Yeah, you can see shooting ducks there out the right side, the right bank for the Runnin' Bear SSR Chevy. As we take a look at first of the Lee trucks here. This is going to be Justin Lee, Trenton, North Carolina. Just had a word with Brandon just a few minutes ago. Bert did, down trackside. Driver of the Wild and Blue entry. So Justin Lee going to be our first official run down the track here out of Trenton, North Carolina with the Simple Man truck. Looks to be right around a 72 Chevy or so.
And the only way you can get hired at Justin's company, you must have served in the United States Marine Corps. His family loves truck pulling. He built him a 2-wheel drive truck, and he said, call her the Simple Man, because that's all I am. Supporting the United States Marine Corps.
All right, so as we take a look at our lineup here, Justin Lee up next with the Simple Man. Then we have Will LaRue with the Royal Pain number 2, and then Darren Wilson and the Dirty Money truck. Our next 3 here in super modified 2-wheel drive. Looks like 10 entries here. We did have a scratch, Rick Simpson out of Adams, Massachusetts. Not going to be able to run here in competition here tonight. Had a bell housing issue with the truck, so had to scratch for tonight. Hoping to be back tomorrow in our competition, session number 2, or session number 3, I should say. But session 2 for the 2-wheelers, as they will be running tomorrow night as well. So speaking of session number 2, we'll have action here tomorrow, 12 o'clock, noon. We'll get rolling. Of course, we'll have the Super Stock class in competition. Also have the Pro Farm tractors. We got the 4-wheel drives. Whole bunch classes ready to run tomorrow as well. Super Farms will be included in that. So we see Brandon Lee there working at the starter. And he'll turn it over here to Justin as we get ready to roll here with the Simple Man truck. So yeah, it looks like as we see that body come down, the grill there off a 72 Chevy. The Simple Man. See on the back of that truck, big thanks to Mom. Good looking ride. Of course, this body style becoming so popular here in 2-wheel drive. Bethany Nelson there, Altamont, Illinois, with her truck, her 72 Chevy. And then last weekend we saw the Poor family down out of Kentucky there. Runs the same body style. Good looking ride here. Let's see what the Simple Man can do. Once again, this will set our mark to beat here in our super modified 2-wheel drive class. Our test hook, Steve Wilson, decided going to turn that run down at 291.90 with the Run and Bear. Going to come back last in the class here. Super Mod 2-wheel drives. Raleigh, North Carolina. As we get ready to roll with the Simple Man. Kind of on and off again. A tough run right there for the Simple Man and Justin Lee, as he'll quickly get that engine shut off here. Once again, right around that 3,000 horsepower range here. Super modified 2-wheel drives. See track official pulling out a piece of diamond plate or something. Maybe that was on the weight box out front. Okay, so they did make a change on the sled once again after Steve Wilson's run, and Justin Lee was our new test puller, and he's going to turn down his run here. So, all right, so we did make a change, second change in a row here on our sled setting here for the Supermod 2-wheel drives. Justin will use his option here to drop the last with the Simple Man truck, so we'll bring that back around. As we see here on the replay, saw the front end come up here a little bit, right about there. 12 to 15 inches off the ground and kind of hang it up in the air like that. Of course, you get up too high, it changes that angle of that chain, makes that sled just a little bit harder to pull, and that's one of the tough things about the two-wheel drive class. You get up too high or you don't even get that front end off the ground. All right, so Ballston Spa, New York, just outside of Albany, New York, as we get ready to go here with a second-generation puller, Will LaRue with the Royal Pain number 2. This is a 33 Plymouth. Now, Will's dad, Al LaRue, a longtime puller and one of the originators of the two-wheel drive class, the old Milk Can Express for so many years up there in the state of New York. And unfortunately, we lost Al a few years back, and Will carries on that tradition. You can see in the back of the truck, they got the milk can there. That was always a fuel. They always run as a fuel can. As Will himself used to run a 37 Plymouth back years ago, and before building this truck here. Boy, he's got all kinds of critters on the back of that thing. Looks like we got some kind of a cat or got a skeleton there. We got all kinds of. Well, he's getting ready for Halloween here. Royal Pain number 2 here. Will LaRue, you can see the LaRue woodworking on the side of this truck. Cabinet maker. Just outside of Albany, New York, as he gets ready to go to work here tonight. Oh, and right there you could blew out a spark plug, I think. We'll see here on the replay, but did not sound good right at the hit here for Will. And yeah, we're missing a couple plug wires right there.
Out there with the fire extinguishers just in case.
Definitely had an issue there with that big Hemi. As we'll see that on the replay, there's the one plug wire. We see the other one as well. Yeah, tough break there for Will LaRue, coming down from New York to run here at the North Carolina State Fair. Yeah, we see right at the start of that run, things just, yeah, issues right away there. Looks like maybe blew out a couple spark plugs at the start of that run. So got a little bit of work to do here on the Royal Pain 2 before we see it back in action here. So Darren Wilson going to be up next here. Prince Frederick, Maryland, the second of the Wilson trucks. Dirty Money as we've got Bert down track side.
Well, they got the thing working now.
All right, so Mr. Allen, you've been looking at this track right here, and you see some differences in normal. Do you have any idea how you're going to adjust to it?
I'm going to run a lower gear ratio that I normally would run here at the Raleigh Fair, and I'm going to put some more weight on the front and hope I guessed right.
Well, good luck to you, Mr. Allen. You're the last hook in the class, so it's going to give you every bit of opportunity to figure that out.
Yeah, by that time I won't know what to do. I'll change my mind so many times. Actually, Mr. Wilson's last because he was first hooked. They changed the sled, but he's after me. But I get to watch everybody, and by that time, like I say, I'll probably change 3 times.
Well, good luck, Mr. Allen.
Thank you very much. Sure glad to be here.
Right, so long-time puller here in North Carolina, out of Camden, North Carolina, Alan Brown, in his good-looking new Ford C-Cab. For so many years, ran the T-Bucket. course, his son Randy ran for a bunch of years. The old special effect roadster, and then the thoroughbred before getting involved with the monster trucks. But Alan's still running the two-wheel drives. As we see the distance here for Will LaRue at 59 and 89, 59.89. And right now, actually, that is our mark to beat here early on in our two-wheel drive class as we bring out Darren Wilson with the Dirty Money. We've still got Mom sitting back there as well. She'll have her Dirty Money, the Chevy S10, out a little bit further in the pack. And then Dad will be coming back with the Running Bear, the Chevy SSR we saw as our original test puller here in two-wheel drive. So Darren Wilson, a big winner 1 year ago on Friday night here at the North Carolina State Fair with his 2020 Chevy Colorado bodied two-wheel drive. Calls it the Dirty Money. Wilson family involved in the porta potty business out there in Prince Frederick, Maryland. Hence the her dirty money, his dirty money. Yeah, nice run right there for Darren Wilson and the Dirty Money Chevrolet. As that will take over the number one spot here, super modified two-wheel drives. Basically right down the center part of the track here. As we take a good look here at the end of the track shot here, the Ferris wheel in the background. Of course, this is the second day of the North Carolina State Fair. Started yesterday and makes its 11-day run. So Darren Wilson drives the Dirty Money off the track here after his run, and we'll get the distance in here for him as he gets that truck shut down. Once again, fans, the Region 4 circuit brought to you by Pro Pulling Tire, proud sponsor for this class for 2020, or for all the Region 4 classes for 2024. We thank them for their sponsorship. So moving right along here in our super modified two-wheel drive class here, Darren Wilson sets a new mark to beat here as we've got another one of our winners from 1 year ago. Up next, John Dietzel out of Albany, New York with the Howland Wolf 1923 Ford T-Bucket. All right, so hook number 3 here in our two-wheel drive class as we see 303.95. The new mark to beat here, 303.95. Dirty Money, Darren Wilson sets the new high water mark here as John Dietzel backs in the Howland Wolf 1923 Ford T-Bucket, bucket T truck. John, another second-generation puller. His dad, Roy, they at one time, between John and his brother Mike and Dad Roy, they had about 3 or 4 two-wheelers that they ran out there in the eastern part of New York State. Like we talked about earlier with Al LaRue, we lost Roy Dietzel this past summer, and of course, condolences out to the family. As we talk, John, a winner here 1 year ago, 1 year Saturday night. He was our winner. The Howland Wolf out of New York. And it has not been a good night for the trucks out of New York here tonight. As John Dietzel right at the start here, we've got a little bit of an alcohol fire out front. And our officials will get on that right away there. As I think possibly another burst panel here for John Dietzel.
Got some work to do on the Howling Wolf tonight. Like another supercharger lifting.
And we'll see here on the replay with John Dietzel. Yeah, you can see blue out on the intake manifold there. They have that piece of tin there. The burst panel blew right out. And we see right on the replay here, right after he gets into it.
Look at that, man. That's cool. That is a good.
Yeah, tough break there for John. Number 2 with the New York Tractor Pullers this past summer. All right, looks like we're going to go down to Bert, and he's got another one of our lady competitors.
I've got Miss Sharon Everman on the Wild Hare. This is not normal for you when you come to North Carolina, is it?
You mean the weather? No, it's not. It's just the same up where you came from. I talked to my daughter this morning, and it was about the same temperature in the 30s.
Well, we were just talking just a moment ago. How long have you been pulling down here at NC State Fair?
I'm pretty sure since 2013.
A long time. Well, you got some tough competition back there. Good luck tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Sharon Everman down there, as she will pilot the Wild Hare in the modified class in just a little bit here. Sharon been a champion up in Western New York with the Empire State Pullers, as well as Eastern New York with the New York Tractor Pullers Association. So knows how to get the job done. And speaking of knowing how to get the job done, here comes the current points leader in NTPA Region 4 competition, as well as with the United Pullers of the Carolinas, Brandon Lee, Wild and Blue. We talked to him a little bit earlier before tonight's program, and he said the main goal of running this whole summer and running all the pulls that he has is try to get back into Louisville at the National Farm Machinery Show. We saw him back a couple years ago in the farm show, and he says, hey, I want to get back to Louisville. So he has been running up and down the roads and running a lot of events, trying to get his way back in. Of course, the applications for the National Farm Machinery Show have gone out to all the competitors. Of course, tickets are on sale as well for the Pullin fans for the farm show coming up in February. Of course, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and 2 shows on Saturday. All right, looks like we're ready to go here. Wild and Blue, Brandon Lee out of Zebulon, North Carolina. Yeah, going to be close here. Darren Wilson, 3:03.95. And now Brandon Lee knocking on the door here. Once again, don't go by the track markers that are out there. They said they've kind of got the track markers off kilter a little bit here, so we wait for the distance to come up here for Brandon Lee with the Wild and Blue entry. As we take a look here in the eyes of Krista Wilson down there on the start line. She's going to be our next puller up here with her Dirty Money out of Prince Frederick, Maryland. As we hear Brandon Lee shut the Wild and Blue truck off here, as we'll get the distance in here for him. Did he go better than 3:03.95 to take over that number one spot? We're going to find out here. As we see husband Steve out there making sure everything's ready to go. Hook the starter up, and Krista Wilson up next here in Supermod 2-wheel drive competition. So 3:04.62, not by a lot, but enough to take over that number one spot here in our two-wheel drive class here. So Brandon Lee, 3:04.62, takes over that number one spot. As we'll move Darren Wilson back to the number two spot with the Dirty Money truck, 3:03.95. And then we've got the couple of New York trucks that had some issues out there as Krista Wilson brings out her Dirty Money, the Chevy S10, 2002 Chevrolet S10 body. Hook number 5 out of our 10 in our two-wheel drive class here tonight. So Sun sitting in the number 2 spot at 3:03.95. Husband Steve, he was our test puller. He'll be coming back a little bit later on here with the Running Bear. All right, so it'll be interesting to see where Crystal's going to spot the sled here in our two-wheel drive competition here tonight. Track's been kind of tricky here for these two-wheelers here tonight. Trying to get that weight set just right here. Well, the ladies have so far had a nice night here. We saw Lindsey Campbell take the win. Let's see. Krista Wilson can do it. Well, just about the same group we saw Lindsey Campbell over on the left side of the track here tonight, but this time around in two-wheel drive. As Crystal gets her Dirty Money unhooked here, and she'll head back over to the sidelines. Yeah, this is going to be awful close here. Some great two-wheel drive competition here in Raleigh. Now remember, we're not done yet. We've still got Alan Brown sitting back there, Steve Wilson. We've got Justin Lee coming on back, Chase Smith out of the state of Ohio back there as well. So there it is, new leader, 3:07.73. And she is going to stretch it out here by just about 3 more feet. So Krista Wilson puts herself in a good spot right now. Over there on the left-hand side of the track, and just enough to take over that number 1 spot here from Brandon Lee with the Wild and Blue entry. 307.73. Wild and Blue number 2 at 304.62. And then the Dirty Money entry of Darren Wilson, number 3 at 303.95. As we move along here in two-wheel drive. So Chase Smith out of Greenwich, Ohio, with the Pain in the Cash entry. Mike Martin's International Express, and then Alan Brown with the 23 Ford C-Cab. Our next three here in competition here. Super modified two-wheel drives. So it looks like Bert's got something for us down trackside. And yeah, it looks like he's got our new leader.
Crystal, you're in the lead with her Dirty Money. What did you think about that run?
I think it was a good run, but we got Alan Brown back there, and Alan Brown is known to take it from us. He's the last puller, so I wouldn't count me as a winner until he runs down this track.
Well, good luck to you. Maybe it'll hold off. You're in the lead by about 3 foot right now.
I'm glad. I felt like a good run, and I want to thank the fans for coming.
Back to you guys.
Right, Krista Wilson, and she's got to head back towards the start line there and help husband Steve out. Remember, he's still back there with the running bear. But she said she's worried about Alan Brown sitting back there, the man out of Camden, North Carolina, just waiting back there lurking as we'll bring out the 1923 Bucket T here of Chase Smith out of Greenwich, Ohio, the Pain in the Cash entry. Chase going to be doing double duty here this weekend, piloting the modified as well. He's got a 2-engine modified. He's going to run a little bit later on here. All right, so here we go. Chase Smith out of the state of Ohio runs with the OSTPA circuit. Pain in the Cash 1923 Bucket T here in super modified two-wheel drive competition here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Night number 1 here, the Great North Carolina State Fair. So 307.73, our new mark to beat here in two-wheel drive. Krista Wilson, she leads the way. Well, they have definitely found the sweet spot in our track here at the North Carolina State Fair here in two-wheel drive as Chase Smith and the Pain in the Cash entry. Once again over there on the left-hand side of the track. Work the middle part at the start and then let it drift up to the left-hand side as we see the International Express, our next truck coming up here. Going to be Mike Martin out of Walnut Cove, North Carolina. And good-looking International. Looks to be about a 49 or so. So the action really starting to heat up here in our super modified two-wheel drive class here tonight. Again, these trucks running for the United Pullers of the Carolina Points here. As Chase Smith shuts down the Pain in the Cash entry out of Greenwich, Ohio. As we see our track crew out on the track once again. Got the skid steer out there and helping fill those holes in. Good consistent track out here in Raleigh. It's something we heard from Jeff Hurt. Wow, look at this. 3:07.46 for Chase Smith, number 2 right now. And yeah, we're going to call in our math statistician, John Dunlap, tell us exactly how much that is. And it's not a lot for sure. 3:07.46 for Chase Smith will put him in the number 2 spot here for Crystal Wilson. And she still leads the way here, but she said, hey, look out, Alan Brown still sitting back there. So Mike Martin, Walnut Cove, North Carolina, just northwest of the Greensboro area, with the International Express, longtime puller here with the United Pullers of the Carolinas. He'll be followed by Alan Brown and Steve Wilson with the running bear, and then Justin Lee, our last truck in the class. So 4 to go here. Super modified 2-wheel drives. So Mike Martin and the International Express over there on the left-hand side of the track here. Going to be interesting to see whether or not our final competitors here in the class, we got 3 to go after this one, and whether or not they're all going to run that same groove down our track here. So just like that, our statistician John Dunlap comes in and says the difference between first and second here tonight in our 2-wheel drive class is 3 1/4 inches. So 3 1/4 inches. It's not a lot, but it's enough. As Crystal Wilson leads the way here with her dirty money out of Prince Frederick, Maryland. Good run with that Chevy S10. Chase Smith with the 23T sits in that number 2 spot. So next up is that truck that Crystal kind of feared back there. She says, hey, Alan Brown's sitting back there, her interview with Bert. And she says, Alan's still sitting back there, and he can do it, of course, out of Camden, North Carolina. 1923 Ford C-Cab. Of course, Alan, a long-time puller here in the state of Carolina, up there in Camden, just outside of the Outer Banks, up in that area. As he'll fire up that 23 Ford C-Cab. Ran the T-Buckets for a whole bunch of years. Then we'll go back to the top of the class here with Steve Wilson's Running Bear, and then Justin Lee will take us home with the Simple Man truck. So here comes the C-Cab onto the track here. 277.39 the distance. 277.39 the distance for Mike Martin and the International Express here tonight. And right now good enough for the number 5 spot in our class of 2-wheelers. So there you can see the difference. First and second, just 3 1/4 inches. As there's that good looking C-Cab for Alan Brown. Kind of no name on the side of this one here, and the Sweet Thing name for so many years on all his 2-wheelers. All right, you can see in the cab there, Alan, hands up. There's the man in back hooking him up. Tells the hooker out back that, hey, I'm not going to touch nothing. Truck's in neutral, and he'll get the slack out of the chain, and here we go. Take a look how far over to that right side of the track. Alan Brown, he's going to try something a little bit different here. Oh, and just like that, lifted the supercharger. So that front end come up and slammed to the ground. Pretty good out there for Allen. But worse than that, you see the supercharger on top of that engine lifted the supercharger. There's another one of the safety items out there, the supercharger restraints. You see those seatbelt looking devices out there. As we'll send things down to Burt trackside. Take it away, Burt.
Look at it, folks. You just saw the blower lift off the top of that engine, folks. As you see underneath, Alan looks like. Alan, you doing okay in there, buddy? I think he's still got his helmet on, but that complete blower lifted off the top of that engine. Not something you want to see. You see a lot of parts hanging over there, and you see that video. The whole blower has moved forward about 6 inches. That motor completely detonated. I don't know what kind of engine damage, but you know it's not good, ladies and gentlemen.
So you can see on that shot right there, broke the studs right off that hold that supercharger on when it lifted that supercharger. But of course the blower restraint straps doing what they have to do, and that is keep that blower from going up in the air and possibly hurting somebody. So of course one of the items the officials check after they when they go through the technical and safety inspection throughout the afternoon before they pull. Of course all the vehicles go through that. So we'll get the distance in here for Alan Brown with his 23 Ford C-Cab. So 2:15.44 the distance here, 2:15.44. As we see here on the replay, got back over here to this right side. And there we seen the lift in the supercharger engine detonated. And been a rough night here for the two-wheelers. We saw the couple trucks out of New York have some issues, and then Alan Brown having trouble here with his C-Cab. So back to the top of the class we go here with Steve Wilson and the Running Bear Chevy SSR as he gets ready to make his run here tonight. Second run here in the two-wheel drive class. And they did tell us he did hurt the engine pretty good here, as we see here on the replay. Yeah, I think we saw parts come out the bottom there for Alan Brown. A tough break there, and I think that's a truck we're not going to be seeing in action tomorrow, but we'll wait and see. Never know, might have another bullet back as we see Steve Wilson make his way back out on the track here and back over to that left-hand side. So Alan Brown, he tried over on the right side, and Steve Wilson says, hey, we're going to go back over here to the left side. Another situation here like we saw in the mini class, going out here to beat the wife. The wife sitting in the number one spot here, Crystal Wilson, at 3:07.73 with her dirty money. As husband Steve comes out here with the Running Bear Chevy SSR. We had a couple of resets on our sled before we settled in on our setting right now. So let's see what the Running Bear do here tonight. Yeah, it looks like Crystal's going to dodge another bullet here. As Steve Wilson just not able to get locked into the track here tonight with the Running Bear. That Chevy SSR here in two-wheel drive competition. Once again, fans, we'll go again here tomorrow afternoon, 12 o'clock for session number 2 here. As we get the distance in here for Steve Wilson at 292.61. 292.61. Of course, we did make a sled change, but originally Steve Wilson had a distance of 291.90. He turned that run down, but the next truck we did make a sled change, but all for naught here for Steve here tonight. As he comes in at 292.61, puts him in the number 5 spot here. With one truck left to go, which will be the Simple Man. Another one of our test trucks is Justin Lee out of Trenton, North Carolina. Our final truck here in Super Modified two-wheel drive competition. Like I said, we're going to go with session number 2 tomorrow at 12 o'clock. We'll have our countdown to pull time show at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And then we will go again with session number 3. These classes you saw here tonight will run for their second time of the weekend. So Justin Lee going to be our final truck here in Super Modified two-wheel drives. And we've got our modified class and then our light four-wheel drives, our 2 final classes here of night number 1 here in Raleigh, North Carolina, the North Carolina State Fair. Great NTPA Region 4 event for so many years. So Crystal Wilson right now leads the way at 3:07.73. And she's got to dodge one more bullet, and it's a big one. Truck out of Trenton, North Carolina, the Simple Man. All right, so the second half of the Lee Brothers pulling team. 72 Chevrolet, final truck of the class here in two-wheel drive. Going to do it here tonight. Justin Lee going to come up short, but that means Crystal Wilson will be the second of our ladies to win here tonight in Raleigh. 3:07.73 will take the win here. As Justin Lee will shut down the Simple Man truck. We'll get the distance in here for him and sort out our top finishers here in Super Modified two-wheel drive competition. So we'll take a couple minutes here. We'll get our weight transfer machine all set up here for our modified class, which will be coming up here next. As we'll join Bert down trackside. He's got our big winner.
Crystal, what a way to take the win here on the first night of the NC State Fair.
Yes, I was proud. I can't believe I did it. I pulled it off. I was in the middle of the pack. I thought they were going to build a road and go right on by me, but it held all the way through.
You know, this state fair has been really good to your winner's circle. This is a couple of wins for you here.
Yes, sir. The first one I won here, I took the truck down for the first time I ever drove a truck, a two-wheel drive in my life. I won the first night and was second the second night. This has always been a very good place for me.
Congratulations. Maybe tomorrow night will go in your favor, too.
I hope so. If not, or somebody on my team.
I heard that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
In North Carolina, here at the North Carolina State Fair. Once again, Dan Mayer, and, well, we were joined earlier. We had Holt Strickland joining us here in the studio here as we get ready to go with the modified class, as we just got 2 more classes to go here for session number 1 here at the North Carolina State Fair here in Raleigh. And, yeah, I think we've got a feeling we're going to be using those 4,000 pounds right there as we get ready to go with the modified class here. We'll get our finishers here for the super modified two-wheel drive class, as we'll get that all sorted out here before we go modified pull in here tonight. Looks like we've got 5 of the big mods here for region competition. So the modified class of 7,500 pounds will be the maximum weight for those tractors. As here comes the distance for Justin Lee with the Simple Man at 279.15. 279.15. As that will put him in the number 6 spot officially here to finish out the class. As we heard from Crystal Wilson as she takes the big win here. 3 1/4 inches over the Pain in the Cash truck of Chase Smith out of Ohio. Wild and Blue, Brandon Lee will finish up in the number 3 spot. Number 4 will go to Dirty Money and Darren Wilson. Number 5 to Steve Wilson with the Running Bear. Then we got the Simple Man International Express, the 23 Ford C-Cab there of Alan Brown, the Howland Wolf, and John Dietzel, and then Will LaRue with a Royal Pain number 2. Will fill out the top 10 here tonight in super modified two-wheel drive. So, as I was saying, the regional class here for the modifieds, 7,500 pounds. And we'll see combinations with the Hemi engines with the big superchargers on them. We'll see Hemis with the smaller superchargers. We've got turbines back there as well. So, all run competitively here on the regional circuit. So there we continue to load the box here at the North Carolina State Fair. Once again, next weekend we'll be down in Lufkin, Texas for the Outlaw Finals, part of the Outlaw Truck and Tractor Pullers Association, their final event of 2024. Going to crown some champions in the modified class, and got two-wheelers, pro stocks. We got diesel trucks to run down there as well, so a great event down there. The following weekend they're going to be down in Georgia, the Diesels and Dark Corners event, a very, very popular event. If you like diesel trucks, either be down there in Diesels and Dark Corners or join us here on Full Pull Live for just $39.99. As we've got some great events here to fill out the rest of the pulling season. We'll end it all up in Madera, California, the big California State Shootout event. See a good shot of our weight transfer machine as we just keep loading those weights in here. Get ready for the modified class, and then our final class of the night will be the light four-wheel drive competitors. Once again, the two-wheel drives and the modifieds not running for Region 4 points. They are running for the United Pullers of the Carolina points, the state circuit here, the NTPA member state. And looks like Bert's got either got some dirt or he's got some parts down there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what I have right here is a spark plug out of Darren Wilson's Running Bear. He lost one on the first pass. He said he was going to run on 7. and then was down to 6. So that's why his distance got shorter after both runs. But you see, it just shot the spark plug right out of the engine. So they got a little bit of work to do tomorrow morning. Back to you guys.
All right, so Bert down there trackside. Yeah, that spark plug has seen better days, that's for sure. Blew the porcelain right off it. It looks like we've got that weight transfer machine ready to go here for our 7,500-pound modified tractors. As we take a look here at our lineup sheet, looks like Craig Sage out of Norwalk, Ohio, the Ohio Express Junior tractor, going to be up number 1 here in the class. Sharon Everman with the wild hair in that position number 2, the twin Hemi-powered entry. And then Scott Tedder out of Marion, Indiana, Mr. Twister, our first 3 up here in the modified class here tonight. And I tell you right now, Sharon Everman sitting in the catbird seat here. And it has been the night for the ladies for sure. And we'll see if she can carry it on here as we've got Craig Sage up first here out of Norwalk, Ohio, just west of the Cleveland area. The Ohio Express Junior. And Craig was down here 1 year ago with this tractor, just getting his feet wet in modified competition. Got a whole season of pulling underneath him. Now, most of the summer has driven this tractor with the 3 Hemis on it. And here for Raleigh, he's got just the 2 on, because that are the limits for this class. So once again, running under the state rules here with the United Pullers of the Carolinas. Of course, Craig with SCS Gearbox on the side, a family-owned business for so many years, built so many components and a lot of these gearboxes for pullers. They do, for many motorsports, monster trucks, you name it. They can build it for you up there at their shop. So Craig Sage, our test puller here, 7,500-pound modified class here tonight, Raleigh, North Carolina. We're going to rattle the ground here. Here comes the Express. All right, good run here for Craig. And we see a lot of smoke there. Wow. A lot of smoke there for Craig Sage. Not sure, might just be a valve cover gasket over there on the right bank. But quickly gets it shut down. He may have heard an engine there too, not sure. We'll check here down trackside. So Craig Sage, the Ohio Express Junior tractor. Yeah, we see a lot of oil, but like I say, that might have been just from the valve cover gasket there. But makes a mess. That's for sure. All right, so Craig Sage, a great run here as we get our modified class underway here tonight here in Raleigh. As we see Craig down there, he got a little bit of an oil bath as he made his way down the 330-foot track here tonight. So we'll wait here officially and see what the officials have decided here with our setting as far as the modifieds go. So 5 of them signed in here for competition here. Of course, once again, running under the United Pullers of the Carolina rules here. 3:57.29 the distance. 3:57 and 29 for Craig Sage.
Of this milestone, this relationship with the NTPA, the competitors, and you, the fans, Central Petroleum Company manufactures the highest.
So there we see on the replay, we see that blow-by line right there, kind of blowing around, blowing some that excess oil. Kind of spraying everything in its path down there as he made his way down there. So 3:57 and 29 for Craig Sage. As we'll have Sharon Everman, Dansville, New York, up next here with the Wild Hair tractor.
Certified master technician, only available at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah, we'll wait and see here officially what the officials have decided here. As we've got Scott Tedder back there, Chase Smith, Don Dean with his turbines. Our lineup here tonight in modified competition.
Pneumatic tank transfer, straight truck, and liquid tank trailers. Visit MacTrailer.com.
All right, looks like we've got Bert down there. He's got an update for us.
So right now what they're doing is they're making an adjustment. You saw that distance was way on out there. So what they're doing is moving the stops for that box forward in order to have more weight towards the front of that sled once these guys take off. So hopefully that should hold these guys back a little bit. You saw that monster pass of 357 feet. So we're going to see if that adjustment took care of it. And back to you guys.
All right, so going to make a sled change here on our United Pullers of the Carolina sled here tonight to get these modified stopped. So going to make a sled change here. So Sharon Everman, the Wild Hair tractor out of Dansville, New York. Been a champion in both state organizations up there in the state of New York over the years. Sharon running this Wild Hair tractor, which originally years ago came out of the state of Wisconsin. Steve Johnson out of Holman, Wisconsin, ran the Wild Hair for a whole bunch of years. Had a lot of success with that tractor before moving on up to the state of New York, the Everman family. As we see a great shot there from the end of the track here tonight, Raleigh, North Carolina. Beautiful night for pulling here at the North Carolina State Fairgrounds as we'll fire up the twin Hemis here in Sharon Everman's tractor. We see husband Henry out front. He'll get those Hemis fired up. So once again, reset here in our modified class. Got to bring the reins in on them. Don't have a whole lot of runoff room here at the end of the track, so they want to kind of bring it back right around that 310, 320 foot mark if they can. Earlier this afternoon, we kind of looked at a couple different engine combinations with these state level setups here with these modified tractors. You can see kind of the same setup we just saw with Craig Sage's setup there with the drop boxes on this tractor. Sharon sitting nestled in the roll cage out there, the twin Hemis. Oh, the old Wild Hair sitting up on top. He worked a little bit weathered there after a full season of pulling. Of course, Sharon runs a lot of the events out in New York State, both organizations. Western New York with the Empire State Pullers, and well as Eastern New York with the New York Tractor Pullers Association. Runs a lot of other events down in the Buckton, Pennsylvania, and you name it. Not sure. It almost looked like that front engine. Looked like that front engine was fired, but take a look here. All right, so the Wild Hare out of Dansville, New York. Western New York, just south of the Rochester area. Big farming operation down there in the Genesee Valley. Here we go, the Wild Hare. All right, so you can see definitely heavy things up out there. Really putting the weight on these modifieds here tonight. On the replay, Sharon's run of 267 and 47, 267 and 47. As we see the Wild Hare kind of a little bit wild right there. It's off to the right-hand side of the track there. She brings it back around. So that will set the mark here for our modified class here tonight. Once again, 7,500 pounds. As we get a good shot there of Chase Smith with the Outclass tractor. Out of Greenwich, Ohio, we saw Chase finish up in the number 2 spot with the two-wheeler. By not a whole lot, 3.25 inches, I think, separated first and second in that class. So he's looking for big things here in the modified class. So some of our modified competitors here and we're good to go, they tell us. All right, so we're good to go in the modified class. So 267.47 will be our mark to beat here in modified. As we should have Scott Tedder out of Marion, Indiana, up next here with the Mr. Twister. Now here's a guy we did not see a whole lot here in 2024. Ran out in Bowling Green in the modified class, and pretty much that's about it. Of course, Scott, the many time winner here in Raleigh at the North Carolina State Fair. Swept last year's events and has a whole bunch more piled on top of that over the years. This tractor really loves the dirt down here, the red clay. As he will fire up the Mr. Twister. Of course, got a second generation puller. His dad, Jack Tedder, for so many years ran with the triple. All right, so this combination right here, he's got 3 Hemis on it, but he's got the smaller superchargers. Once again, another different combination we see here in the state level groups. Going to be followed by Chase Smith, and then Don Dean with the turbines will follow. There we see Craig Sage out front helping him out. Getting them backed in here to the weight transfer machine. Marion, Indiana, just north of the Indianapolis area. Once again, light 4-wheel drives will be our final class of the evening. I do believe we've got a handful of those competitors back there. Very unique class here to the state of North Carolina. So Scott Tedder, he'll put that neck brace on and set his sights at 320 feet out there. That sits out front. Watch his right hand, fans. He'll roll about 5 feet and he will bury that throttle. So that's going to do it. We are going to have a new leader here, Mr. Twister. Scott Tedder saw that front end come up in the air. He's kind of shaking his head a little bit here as he gets that tractor shut down, but no doubt about it, we're going to have a new leader. As we'll get the distance in here for Scott. All right, so we see here on the replay, 3:44.78 for Scott Tedder, new leader here in modified. As we see that front end just balanced, just about perfect. As he drove it out 3:44 and pretty much shut that tractor down early. Yeah, it looked like he just started to spin and he shut her down. 3:44.78 here as he takes over that number one spot. So Chase Smith will follow here with the outclass. Now he'll run twin Hemis, pretty much what we saw with Sharon Everman's tractor and Craig Sage. And then the Plumber's Nightmare, the Turbine, as Bert's got, looks like he's got Scott down track side. Right, so it looks like Bert on his way to talk to Scott Tedder down there. Our new leader here in the modified class here, session number one here, Raleigh, North Carolina. As we will fire up Chase Smith's outclass twin Hemi powered tractor out of Greenwich, Ohio here tonight. Great run in his two-wheeler just about an hour or so ago as he finished up number two behind Krista Wilson. And we will close it out. Well, actually, we got, we'll see if Craig Sage can come on back. I'm not sure if we're going to see the Ohio Express Junior tractor make its way back here. Did have that oil leak issue out there, but here comes the outclass. Good looking ride right here for Chase Smith, Greenwich, Ohio. So we've seen the two Hemis sitting back to back, one turn back around. This one right here got them both sitting out front. Way out front here helps with that weight transfer. You'll see those small airplane tires out front. So they can move those Hemis way out front, help with the weight distribution on these tractors. So those airplane tires brought into the sport from the Walsh brothers up in Boston, Wisconsin many, many years ago. So here we go. Chase Smith outclassed. Yeah, just about that same group we saw Sharon Everman with the wild hair. gone off a little bit here. Well, right now that run there for Scott Tedder looking real stout. 3:44.78 there. That is the mark to beat here. We'll get the distance in here for Chase Smith with the outclassed twin heavy. There we can kind of see the groove left in the track there from Chase Smith. Kind of zigzagging his way down the track here tonight. Kind of marking his territory. There is a little bit of oil out the bottom. So it all comes down to the turbine here. And Don Dean out of Trafalgar, Indiana, going to be our final competitor here. 273.98, 273 and 98 for Chase Smith as he takes over that number 2 spot here in modified competition. And looks like we've got Bert down trackside with our leader.
I got Scott Tedder here. What an awesome run tonight, 344 feet. Is there anything you could have done better?
Yeah, I could have kept the front end down. I like them high like that, but I had to ride the brake hard going both directions. But I'm exhilarated. I'm pumping. I'm fired up.
Well, you only have a couple of tractors left, but you got Don Dean sitting back there in the back. He's some tough competition with those triple turbines.
Yes, he is. I really like Don Dean. I really like pulling with him, and he's a great friend.
Well, good luck to you tonight. Just a few more vehicles left. Maybe you can hold on to that lead.
I hope so. I really hammered her hard. I had her tuned up, so I hope it holds up.
All right, good luck to you.
All right, absolutely. Scott Tedder, boy, he did have her tuned up, that's for sure. As we'll bring Don Dean out on the track right now. Trafalgar, Indiana, just south of Indianapolis, up there around Franklin. As we see the triple turbine entry here, and had the opportunity to talk to Don a little bit earlier this afternoon, telling us about the different horsepower ratings here for these turbine engines. And in region state competition here, you're only allowed so many horsepower. As Don brings his tractor to the starting line with the little puppy engine, he calls it. They'll back him up here to the sled, and then he will fire up those 3 turbines. But he says, yeah, all the engines on this tractor, all different horsepower ratings to get him right to that, I believe, right at 5,000 maximum RPM here for the state regional circuit. Of course, Don, long-time puller, many time Region 4 champ over the years, a 4-time Region 4 champ. Also got Region 2 championships as well. Been Hooker of the Year many times on the NTPA circuit. What that means is you've hooked to a sled more times than anybody throughout the year. And as we had our conversation with Don, he mentioned that he was waiting on some parts, and they finally showed up around July, and he was able to get back out on the track. Just issue with the parts supply, get this tractor back up and going. You take a look at that shot right there with all the lines and everything going on there. It's like, how in the world you keep track of all that? But he's a wizard. You put a turbine together, years ago you had Art Arfons and you had Don Dean. Fortunately, we lost Art years back, and Don carries on that tradition, helping everybody out with those turbines. You were going to run turbines, you're going to call this guy one time or another. We start to hear the RPM start to go up here as we'll get those turbine engines fired up. Watch too close here with that camera. We might have a scorched camera here. I think I'd pan back a little bit there. Of course, forgot to mention we had Holt Strickland with us earlier here tonight. And Holt drove a turbine modified last week in competition and had a little bit of an issue with that tractor, but didn't get the chance to talk to him about that one. But I'm sure we mention that if he does come on back. But we'll fire up those turbine engines, get them all up and spinning. Get him to about 80% of maximum RPM, and he will turn the Plumber's Nightmare loose. You can see where that name comes from. Just an engineering marvel, or nightmare if you can't get things to go. All right, so Don he's got one of those engines fired up. He'll fire up the other ones, get them all rolling, and turn it loose here tonight. Our final tractor here at Modified Competition, Don Dean, the Plumber's Nightmare, Trafalgar, Indiana. Sometimes takes these turbines just a little bit longer on the start line to get them fired up, but here he goes. He's got them all lit. He's underway. Here comes a nightmare. Yeah, just not the run that Don was looking for here tonight with the Plumber's Nightmare. So that means Scott Tedder going to be our winner, and boy, he talked about it. We'll wait here officially, but I do not believe Craig Sage is going to be coming on back there. He had a bunch of issues there with the oil out the Ohio Express here, but we'll wait officially and find out. But yeah, Don Dean a little bit short here tonight. See the C.J. Rayborn race cars on the side of that. Of course, they just had the big C.J. Rayborn race up there in Brownstown, Indiana, just a week or so ago, or Jackson weekend. Of course, C.J. not too awful far there from Don Dean, up in Bob Glidden country up there in Whiteland, Indiana. So here we see on the replay the Plumber's Nightmare, 258 and 50, 258.50 for Don Dean here tonight, number 4 spot for him. So once again here, session number 1 here in Raleigh Friday night, North Carolina State Fair. So 344.78 for Scott Tedder, and the streak continues here in Raleigh as he will put another win under his belt, and we'll have to figure out exactly how many wins Scott has got down here in Raleigh, as he has won, like I say, a whole bunch. He got last year he won both events down here, and I know previous years he's won a couple more. So congratulations to the Mr. Twister team here tonight. As well, he said he had her hopped up, and it definitely showed here, as he will take the big win here at the State Fair. So our lightweight 4-wheel drives will be the final class here of the night, and we will call it a night here. All right, looks like having just a little bit of issue here getting the Plumber's Nightmare off the track here tonight. as we'll have to lighten things up a little bit here. Now, not sure. I mean, I know years ago the light four-wheel drive class used to run the mini sled. Yeah, I think that's what they're doing right now. They're bringing in the United Pullers mini sled here to run the light four-wheel drives, our final class of the night. As looks like we've got the tow tractor out here to retrieve the Blummer's Nightmare and Don Dean. So that will conclude our competition here for the modified class. As we'll get the rundown. There it is, Mr. Twister. Scott Tedder taking that big win, 344.78. Outclassed Chase Smith, another second place finish with his second entry of the night, this time in the modified class. Sharon Everman will finish up in the number 3 spot. Don Dean will finish up number 4, and number 5 will be Craig Sage, who unfortunately hooked and broke here tonight. He was our original test puller, had some issues, was not able to come on back. So there we take a look at the United Pullers of the Carolina, the mini sled here, as they'll get things moved around here for these light four-wheel drive trucks. 4,000 pounds maximum weight of these trucks, and 500 cubic inches the max underneath the hood here. So once again, all kinds of pulling here this weekend here in Raleigh is 4 sessions. Tomorrow we'll be here at 12 o'clock as well as 6 o'clock for the evening show. And we will conclude it all on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Now we will have the Countdown to Pull Time show tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock and then Sunday at 11 a.m. before we get the action underway here. As we see Don Dean's Plumber's Nightmare making its way off the track here tonight. As we take a look here at the Midway here at the North Carolina State Fair. Folks still out having a good time Friday night here. We've got another block going into our weight box here for the light four-wheel drive class. So Barry Martin Jr. out of Reidsville, North Carolina with Tigger. Going to be our first puller up here. He'll be our test puller. Going to be followed by Will Pruitt with the Weekend Thriller, and then Mike Ward, the Runnin' Wild. Our first 3 up here in light four-wheel drive competition. One thing that always stood out about this class when seeing them from time to time was the amount of Jeeps, and I think we've got 2 or 3 Jeeps here in this class. As we see the sled operator changing that trip once again, just the same idea, just a different version here on this mini sled. So again, that trip where you set it, where that back of that pan will drop as that weight box makes its way up the rails. All right, so looks like we're about ready to go here. Barry Martin out of Reidsville, North Carolina, our test puller, and there you go. An orange Jeep here. test puller here in light four-wheel drive competition. He calls it Tigger. What else would you call an orange Jeep, right? Tigger. Not a whole lot of weight to work with here. 4,000 pounds maximum weight. They'll run a 26-inch hitch height on these trucks. So here we go. Barry Martin, our test puller here, light four-wheel drives. Rev them up and get ready to roll here tonight. Once again, we'll have the big four-wheelers a little bit later on this weekend. All right, Tigger, a nice run to get us rolling here. Good run as our test puller. Now the big question, was he happy with that one? Is he going to take it? So yes, word from trackside, he is going to take that run. So we officially, we got fireworks. Of course, we talked about the North Carolina State Fair and just all the great things going on, and over 1 million people will make their way through the gates here this week here in Raleigh. So Barry Martin sets the mark here in our lightweight four-wheel drive class here. As we take a look here on the replay, 3:27.33. That's a good one. 3:27.33 for Barry Martin and Tigger. Now we're not done yet. We got a couple more Jeeps sitting back there as well. All right, so here comes Will Pruitt, the weekend thriller. You can take a look at, that's pretty cool. Got some of the old trucks on the side there. Another Jeep. Light four-wheel drive competition. Reidsville, North Carolina, Will Pruitt, the weekend thriller. The Dick CPEC giant pullers on the front and the back of this truck. So 3:27.33, the mark to beat here. Once again, 500 cubic inches. He revs it up, he gets ready. Let's see if he can do it. Well, a good run, but got down to the left-hand side there and going to come up short. Going to come up short here. Barry Martin Jr., our leader with Tigger at 3:27.33. So Mike Ward and the Runnin' Wild going to be up next here. The 5 trucks we've got in this class, 4 of them are out of Reidsville, North Carolina. So a hotbed for lightweight four-wheel drives. So 310 and 93. 310 and 93 here for Will Pruitt with his Jeep. number 2 spot here. As we wind things down here in Raleigh, once again, we'll be back at it tomorrow, 12 o'clock start time. We'll have the super stocks in competition, the super farms. We've got 4-wheel drives. We've got pro farms in action tomorrow afternoon, starting at noon. Once again, you can check all the action out here on Full Pull Live. Some great events coming up here in the next couple weeks. So yeah, looks like we've got Mike Ward up next year, also out of Reidsville, North Carolina, with Runnin' Wild. Going to be our next competitor. He'll be followed by Glenn Walker's Getting Busy. And then our final truck will be Stephen Walker and Killin' Time. So that is our 3 final trucks to go here of the evening. It's been a great evening of pulling competition. We saw a couple of the ladies in the winner's circle. Always good to see them. And Lindsey Campbell picked up her first ever national win. Of course, Krista Wilson followed it up with her Dirty Money in 2-wheel drive. She's won some events over the years. Good to see them both do it here on a Friday night. So yeah, come back tomorrow night and see if they can double up here. As we've got the old school Chevy S10 out on the track here, Runnin' Wild. Mike Ward out of, you guessed it, Reidsville, North Carolina. Now that steel-bodied S10 right there. As we see Tigger out front, 327.33. The Weekend Thriller Jeep sits number 2 at 310 and 93. All right, Mike Ward, Runnin' Wild, Chevy S10. All right, here he goes. All right, Mike Ward, he makes a valiant try to beat Mr. Barry Martin, but I do believe going to fall a little bit short here. So hook number 3 out of the 5 here in our light 4-wheel drive class here tonight. Don't think he quite got that 327.33 Barry Martin laid down here. Going to be awful close here to number 2 though, looks like. As we light the sky up here in Raleigh. All right, so it looks like we should have Glenn Walker up next here, Getting Busy. There's Chevy S10. Reidsville, North Carolina. Then brother Stephen Walker will be our final truck here. 298 and 75 for Mike Ward, 298 and 75. As he makes his run down the track here. Once again, these trucks running under the United Pullers of the Carolina point system. Tigger out front, 327.33. Barry Martin Jr. leads the way with the Jeep. as Glenn Walker getting busy. Lifters are losers, it says on the back of that one. She says, don't lift. All right, here we go. All right, good run for the S10, but not going to bump the flag here. Just doesn't have quite enough to get the Jeep here tonight. So Glenn Walker, well, it all comes down to his brother Steven. Will be the final truck here in the class. Killing Time out of Eden, North Carolina. So we see Stephen Walker down there, a crewman. Sets that cone down way down there at the starting line area. Trying to find that spot in the track. 3:05.74 here, 3:05 and 74. So we do have a new number 3 man, and it is Glenn Walker. So Stephen Walker, our final truck here, Killing Time out of Eden, North Carolina. What a great night of pulling. We talked about, the ladies winning here, and of course Hunter Beasley, our first class of the night, the light pro stock class, he picked up his 3rd win in a row here at the North Carolina State Fair, and looking to sweep the weekend once again here tomorrow night as the light pros will run. So we've got, we got another Jeep here. Stephen Walker in Killing Time, blue Jeep. Kind of looks a lot like the old Odell Church Carolina Rebel Jeep many, many years ago. Stephen Walker behind the wheel here out of Eden, North Carolina. So Jeep versus Jeep. You don't hear a whole lot of that in pulling. Barry Martin Jr. with the orange Tigger out front here at 3:27.33. Our final truck of the night here. Full pull live here in North Carolina. The North Carolina State Fair. Got a good run here. Real good run for Stephen Walker with the Killing Time Jeep. This is going to be close. I do have a feeling here. All right, here comes the distance. 3:18 and 66. A good run. Good enough for the number 2 spot here tonight. 3:18 and 66 for Stephen Walker. As that will wrap up our session 1 here tonight here in Raleigh. As we'll get the top 5 rundown here for our lightweight 4-wheel drive trucks here tonight. So the Tigger going to be the big winner here tonight. 3:27.33. Barry Martin Jr. out of Reidsville, North Carolina, takes the big win. Number 2 will be Killing Time, Weekend Thriller 3. 4 will be Getting Busy. And number 5, Running Wild. And Bert's got our winner.
Barry, what a win tonight. What a tough group of light 4-wheel drives. Anything that made you give you a little bit of advantage? Because the next closest person was 10 foot.
The only advantage I had was having Cody Singletary set the sled for me. He went to entirely the different place in the track as I was going to go.
You might need him to be part of your team.
Yes, he said it for me in Lumberton too when I won, so I might need to put him on the payroll.
Well, look, tomorrow night's going to be a different show. We're going to see what happens tomorrow night. But with Stephen Walker and Glenn Walker and Michael Ward, you never know.
I'm still going to try to get Cody back to set sled for me, but I'm trying to get that points championship.
Congratulations, Barry.
Thank you. It's been a while since I won the state fair.
Back to you guys.
All right, so congratulations, Barry Martin, as he picks up the big win here tonight in our light four-wheel drive competition. Well, that will conclude it here tonight from Raleigh, North Carolina, session number 1 here, Full Pull Live. And once again, fans, Dan Mayer bringing you all the action here, and some great action we saw here, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 12 o'clock for session number 2 here of the great North Carolina State Fair. We hope to see you back here once again, Full Pull Live here for session number 2. Good evening, everybody.